What's the bleeding crack? All right, what's the story? Welcome back. Me intro's booming, yeah.
That's really good.
Good.
Really good.
Something different. I had to have the green for Ireland. I didn't want to go all out like, red and white, like, and whatever. So, yeah, I'll start. Jez, you're right beside me. What's the story? How are you keeping, mate?
Yeah, all good, man. All good. Yeah.
You're much better now and all.
Yeah.
You look,
Proper rough last week. Proper rough. But yeah, all good now. Just get rid of the cough and
yeah.
But yeah, no, that's. I have to say, if you and Gracie have done that intro, that's seriously good shit. Honestly, really good.
Well, as an Irish fella said before in the UFC, we're not here to take part. We're here to take fucking over. Gracie, how you doing, mate?
I'm good, thanks. I'm glad it's the weekend. The week is over.
Oh,
Thank God.
I hope you're not having one of them, Gracie, because but yeah, definitely.
Caffeine for me, all as well.
You're on the Tomiatsu fruit shoots, are you?
I am indeed.
Good stuff. I just wanted to start off because it was brought to my attention. The press conference was absolutely. I could only watch 10 minutes of it because it's just pure journalist garbage. The questions, and I'm sure I'm not the only one that's talking about this, but they are fucking ridiculous. Did any of you guys see it? Look, I'll start with you, Gracie. Ladies first, I suppose. Go ahead, Gracie.
I did see it. I wish I didn't see it. Silly questions such as, who does the best coffee, Arsenal or Watford?
Oh my God.
How is this relatable to football? Come on, people. Come on.
I didn't even hear that, and that just shows if for anyone who hasn't even seen it, you know what I mean? That's the sort of shit that they're fucking bringing out, you know what I mean? Jez, did you get to see it, mate?
I won't watch him, man.
Yeah, you're well. Just by that comment alone, I think it nearly just shuts down the whole press conference. What did he say? Where's the better coffee? Is it?
Yeah. Who does the better coffee, Watford or Arsenal?
Colombia, actually.
Yeah.
His reply was, it depends who makes it.
Oh my God. He's a fucking comedian. Jesus.
You seriously have to ask the caliber of the journalists, if you can even call them journalists, that ask these inane questions. You know, you might as well sit there and say to Arteta, what toilet paper does your wife buy? Who gives a shit? Really?
Yeah.
Who gives a shit about coffee? Who makes the best coffee? I mean, that is why I will not listen to those press conferences. They're just a waste of space.
Yeah, they drive you mad, in fairness, and that's why it was actually Joe that sent it on to me on Instagram, and I clicked in on it, and yeah, I could only watch about 10 minutes of it because it was just even the whole Roy Hodgson is back and you thought he retired and stuff like this. Are you happy he's back? Like, honestly, that's the fucking question he was asked. No, I think Roy is a fucking dickhead and I hate that he's back. Like, is that what your man was expecting him to say? Do you know what I mean? Like, seriously, I not even ask this question like, do you think Roy will outwit you on Sunday? You know what I mean? He's experienced in the game. Like, he has tactics. He's a lot of, knowledge about the game. You're only new. Put a bit of pressure on, but no. And this is what we're left with, you know what I mean? But the Arteta's in, and whatever you want to call them will, believe that these questions are just, not for me. Chike, what's the story? I love to come on and call in and give my say. Yeah, what I'm going to do is we're just going to have a chat for about 5-10 minutes with the guys here, and then I'm going to drop the link in, and you guys can come in and we can just have a chat and stuff like that, and see where the night goes and see what happens. Yeah. Just want to go through one or two of these questions. They're just flying in. the dating show questions. Yeah, it's do you ever do speed dating? Did you ever do that, Jez?
Speed dating?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, I done it years ago. Trust me, I didn't get anywhere. It's basically you get about 4 or 5 minutes or something like that to talk to, let's say, a girl or whatever, like, you know, and she writes down, let's say you have a number there, and if she likes you, she'll write her name or her number down to your number, and then after 5 minutes you move to the next lady, and then it's, you know, at the end of the night, then if your two numbers join together, you get to swap phone numbers and stuff like that. I didn't get any phone numbers for some reason, but that's because I talk shy.
The problem is there, Del, I've been married since 1987, and I think the wife might have got the ump about that.
Just tell her you're going to Mikel Arteta press conference. You'll be fine.
I'll tell you what, you don't get a right hook off my missus.
So
I've had a couple.
Yeah. So what's this? So what do you make of the game anyway Sunday? Are you worried at all, Jez, or like, do you think that Watford can, I don't know, any tricks up their sleeve for us?
No, I think I'm actually positive. I'm going 3-0 Arsenal. To be honest.
Okay.
Their defence and midfield is not all that, is it? Bearing in mind, we have got a better defence. It all depends on Arteta, doesn't it? Right, we got Martinelli back. I would drop Lacazette to the bench. I'd start Martinelli and Pepe up front. Pepe scored a goal in the last game, which means he'll be on the bench. Let's be honest. We've got Partey, who I thought had a good game, and we've got options in midfield that we can switch about. I don't know if ESR will be available. I don't know. Saka, I think that guy runs into dead ends at times, but he's quality. We can't deny it. So would I start him? Probably. And we've got Odegaard. Well, he's been floating around the middle, hasn't he? He's been in and out. So I'd give him a go. But, you know, he'll start Xhaka. You know that. You know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
But I would really like to see Martinelli start up front with Pepe. I really would. I think those two up front would be a very good pairing. But we know Arteta. You have a good game, you score a goal, you get dropped. So
simple as that. Gracie, sorry. Will he start Pepe, or is it just definitely not? He's not going to do it.
Yeah, sorry about it. My Wi-Fi just gave up for a moment. I think Pepe deserves to start. Like, if you don't, that's just ridiculous. You know, the impact. If he didn't come on, the impact, we wouldn't have won. I don't think. I think we would just sat back, and that would be that against Wolves. And I think, why shouldn't he play? He played superbly. He scored a goal, opened up the play, and that's what we need. We need that threat. His finish, perfect. You know, what would you do? You know, I would drop Saka. I really would drop Saka. Why is he still playing? You know, I don't think he makes that massive impact, and I think he needs a rest to realise this. So no, play him all day.
Like,
I'd agree.
Yeah, like it. I don't think there's a better game at the minute that we have a chance to actually play him. Do you know what I mean? Like the Watford game, it should be straightforward enough. Should be. We're Arsenal at the end of the day. Nothing straightforward with us. But like, why not just throw him in? My God, like you know, he scored a goal. What a goal! I'm still looking at it. I still just showed the young fellas, my boys, and even the young fellas I train and stuff like that. That just football is not like, people make it complicated. It's pretty fucking simple, being honest with you. But it's just a touch that he done. It's just like, you know, simple. He just done 2 little touches, and the whole team went the other way, and he's just slotting it in a goal. making it look easy. Just give the guy a game. Jez, why is Guendouzi gone? Why the fuck is he not at our club anymore? I know the whole deal, but what happened? Can you sort of break it down in your sort of words?
Well, it's quite simple, isn't it? He pissed off Arteta. Arteta sticks him out on loan with Marseille. Marseille have in the loan option, after playing a certain amount of games, they can buy him for bugger all. And here we are again. Arteta, gets the ump with a player after the Brighton game. All right, I can't agree maybe with what happened in the Brighton game, but this is a young man getting paid a shed load of money, and he's big-headed and he's arrogant to a point, which all young men are. We've all been there. We've all done it. You want to big yourself up. It's no different to, being a cockerel. You want to attract the best chicken in the yard. So the cockerel, shows his fancy feathers and gives it the big one. So all he's done is have a spat with a player. Oh, I'm getting 40 grand a week. How much you getting? Well, that's schoolboy playground talk that got him in trouble with Arteta. Now, from what I've been led to understand, is Guendouzi has a personality issue in the fact that he's a bit upfront. He's a bit of a do as you like, all that, come on, boys, So a good manager would take him aside and say, right, listen, mate, we can't be having that. I like you as a person. I like you as a player. But you need to zip it. You can't be doing that on the football pitch. Yeah? When you're down the nightclub, chatting up all the birds and giving it the big one, that's down to you. But on my watch, as manager, when you're wearing the club shirt, you do that. That's what a good manager does. But with this manager, he gets young. Probably they have a bit of a spat over it. And he F's himself out the club to Marseille on a loan. Marseille then say, well, we've played him for 38 games. We want to buy him. Now, you tell me, who is the absolute prick that put in that loan to buy clause 8 million? The season before, we could have got 20 million. So where's the business management with the idiots in the deals that do these deals? You let a player of that quality go for £8 million. In 5 years' time, I'll bet you'll be looking at a £70 million player there.
Yep, 100%.
And this sums up the whole debacle of Arsenal football management. And I put the blame with Arteta. I put the blame with Edu. I put the blame with Vinay. I put the blame with Garlic Head. I put the blame with the Arsenal Board of Directors. Because let's get it right. It's the Board of Directors that authorise these sanctions. They authorise it. Arteta can't. Edu can't. Vinay can't. They're not board members. It's the board that talk to the Cronkies, and the Cronkies will sit there and say, yeah, okay, whatever. It's the board that sanction the money that gets given to Arteta. It's Edu that goes out and does the stupid deals and doesn't get the players that the team want. That is the problem at Arsenal bloody Football Club.
Like, I'm sure Gracie wouldn't disagree with what you say there. Everything you said, I just 100% agree with it. And the sort of two things I want to talk about, and I had them sort of planned out in my head, and you hit two of them with the nail on the head, let's say. And I'll just go back to what you were saying there about discipline young players. Not only discipline young players, Xhaka can do what he wants at the club. Everyone knows that. He can do whatever he wants. Grace, I'm just going to sort of dig deeper into that Guendouzi situation. Is it Arteta's fault that sort of Guendouzi was allowed to, sort of be a loose cannon, let's say? The way he's sort of like, I'm on more money than you, and his red cards and stuff like that. Would you put the blame to Arteta on that, or like that situation, or are you going to blame Guendouzi for that? What's your opinion?
I mean, I don't think you can wholly blame anyone for the situation, because he said it came from his mouth. No one influenced him to do it. But at the end of the day, there has to be standards that are set so that something like that doesn't happen. And I think it's a massive shame with Guendouzi, because as a young player with not much experience, it is a learning curve. That's the point. And you need a good manager to redirect you. You will get disciplined for that, and you won't do it again. But I think when you have a manager that's so inconsistent with issues like this, I mean, you look at Xhaka, what's happened there? Nothing. And he's done way worse than Guendouzi has, let's be fair. Way worse. But he's still playing. He didn't get shipped off to Marseille. And then it fired back on us because everyone wanted him back at the club a few days ago before he got sold. We were like, no, bring him back. We need him. We need him in that position. And look where it's got us. It's just got us in a bigger hole. And I think if he stayed and was redirected, he can become an amazing player. And I haven't seen any problems with him at Marseille. So what does that tell you? All down to the management and the staff that are around him, and the players like Xhaka influencing that. Because at that point before he got loaned out and was doing all those things, you got to think Xhaka was in the hierarchy in terms of captaincy, etc. So it says it all, really. He goes to Marseille, no problems there.
The thing is, Grace, as well, this highlights, I think, in my opinion, a major highlight of Arteta. He can bully young kids. Yeah. He'll turn around and say, right, Guendouzi, blah, 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 you're going on loan. He tried it to bully Aubameyang, and Aubameyang said, up yours. He probably tried it with Xhaka, and Xhaka said, up yours. And then Xhaka wants to go to Roma. And Arteta, being the weak little person he is, oh, please don't go. Please don't go. We'll give you another contract. Yeah. And that sums up the entire mentality of Arsenal Football Club currently. Can you imagine, dear God, can you imagine this happening under George Graham?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
George Graham would have punched Xhaka in the mouth and said, fuck off.
Yeah. 100%. And there's no doubt about that, because even Charlie Nichols, like, big, what's it called? Good Time Charlie and stuff like that. Like, he didn't last too long, Is it just the way that managers are nowadays? Is this the way, is this the way it is? Or, like, is Pep, what way does Pep discipline players? Do we see many players getting sent off from Man City? Is it controversial there? So, it's just beyond me. But like, even, and the other question I wanted to sort of say, what you were saying there, Jez, is now this is the only thing I don't blame Arteta in, and it's the offer of the 3-year contract, 8.3 million. That's not his fault that he's been offered that. We had the same situation in Ireland when we had Steve Staunton as manager. He hadn't a clue what he was doing. Hadn't a clue. He was offered something like 1 or 2 million a year to manage an international club, which I could be wrong, whatever, someone in the comments, but he was offered a lot of money for an international team, part-time job. It was certainly 1 million or 2, whatever. And people were there giving out, how dare he's ruining Irish football, he's ruining this. And I'm just there, no, why is he ruining it? He was offered, we'll just say £1 million. £1 million, please manage this football club. Is he going to turn around? No, what human would turn around and go, oh, I don't want this £1 million. No, sorry, I don't want that to manage my country. No, I don't want that. Arteta is now being offered 8.3 million a year. Is he going to reject that? There's no fucking way he's going to reject that. No one would. Okay, no one would. So who's giving him this contract? And what you were saying, Jez, that's what I'm hitting here. There's other people behind this. It's not just Arteta. I'm Arteta out, but I'm just saying there's more people that have to be moved than Arteta. So if Arteta got sacked in the morning, the problem is still fucking there. It's not gone. We have to cut it out of the club if we want to go back to the days of challenging for the league. And it's not just with Arteta. Gracie, what do you think of that?
You know what? They just all need to go. It's such a mess. It is such a mess. And it's people are sitting here and we're just watching it unfold and unfold, and we're losing these great players. And to me, when I'm watching the training videos and when I'm watching them on the sidelines, they seem more like friends than a managerial figure. You know what I mean? Age-wise, they're all hugging and all cool. But you have to be tough. You have to be able to. You can't be soft as a manager. You know, past players have said this, but like Gary Neville and that have played under people like Alex Ferguson. You know what I mean? They feared their manager, and so you should, because everyone is replaceable. Everyone is replaceable. But being a manager, you have to be consistent. You can't go and punish Aubameyang, let's say, for a few games because he turned up late, but then one of your players gets a red card, but then waltzes back in. It doesn't work like that. And it comes down to who's favourites, who plays the favourites, and if you don't do what he says, see you later. You're gone.
Jez, can we get rid of any of these up there like Edu, Vinay, fucking Garlic Head? Can any of these leave the club? What does it take? What's your opinion?
Well, firstly, it's all boys protecting the boys, isn't it? You've got Edu, Vinay, Garlic Head. They're all protecting their own jobs. They're in an easy. They're under no pressure, and this is the problem. If you're in a job and you're getting 2 to 3 million a year, and you're doing a shit job, but nobody's telling you you're doing a shit job, you'll keep doing a shit job. And so the board are clueless. The Cronkies are too distant. They're not hands-on. Yeah, I mean, let's remember a few weeks ago, after the Super Bowl, Josh Kroenke's comment when he said, I think we're 6th or 8th, I think. I'm sorry, mate, but if you are the owner of Arsenal and you don't know where you are in the league, then that shows a massive, massive indictment of what a complete crap situation we're in. To answer your question, how do we get rid of them? I honestly, with the current situation, with the fact we're just rocking along on the crest of the wave, I don't know. I seriously don't know, because I think it would take something very serious at this club to get rid of these absolute idiots. Like, we'd finish one place, two places outside of relegation, then when the club and the fans, it's the fan base that will get rid of these people.
Yeah, that's it.
Happened to Wenger. And I know it's going to come to a point which Gracie made there. Great point, Gracie. About managers. I read, years and years ago, when Wenger first came to Arsenal, if Arsenal were playing absolute pony or possibly losing at half time, he used to go in the Arsenal changing room at Highbury and stand there and not say a word. He'd just stand there and stare at players. And Tony Adams talked about this. He would stand there and stare at you. And players would shit themselves to think, what's going on? What's happening? What's going to happen? He'd just stare at them. And then it would be, I forget his name now, Pat Rice. Pat Rice would suddenly say, you, Adams, you, Bold, you, Vieira, or Gilberto, whoever, you're shit. You're playing absolute shit today. Butt your ideas up. And, Pat Rice, mate, was a tough nut, proper tough nut. And I can imagine that Wenger was quite a scary manager, to be fair.
He was what, sorry?
It's quite a scary manager.
Because he done the silent treatment, do you think, is it?
But I think it was a bit of the old, bit like the Ferguson hairdryer, wasn't it? Mess with me and I'll mess with you.
Yeah.
The difference is with the likes of Ferguson and Wenger, the players were at their peak. The players respected them. And I think one of the biggest problems that some of the senior players at Arsenal, Aubameyang being one of them, didn't respect Arteta.
Yeah, and exactly, yeah. It comes down to like having respect clearly for your manager. And not only the respect, but the way Fergie sort of treated individual players. He'd grill one player that actually wasn't doing that bad. And the player who was playing bad, he didn't grill me. Oh, shit, I better fucking play good. You know what I mean? And it was all psychological. And that's a classic manager, obviously, Alex Ferguson. And Wenger, I suppose, had it in the early days. But it's now, it just seems to be too... for example, what I seen in the press conference earlier on was Aaron Ramsdale. Someone says, Aaron Ramsdale has been brilliant. Would you put him down as signing of the year? And he sort of turned around, now don't quote me, or it's something close to this. Oh, it wouldn't be fair on the other signings. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you serious? Like, I was just listening to it going, you say, yeah, he is. He has been the best player we signed this year, fucking hands down. You know what I mean? Oh, I don't want to upset Tommy or fucking Ben or Benjamin and all this. You're the manager, mate. If there's someone doing a really good job that you're after signing, you just put it out there. Yeah, he has been the best player we've signed. And if someone comes into your office and says, you hurt my feelings because you didn't say me, well, fucking do better then. It's as simple as that. I'm just going to drop the link into the chat and we'll just get one or two people on if they want to come in and have a chat and excuse me, see where we go with this, But it just seems to be too real, I hope everyone's okay and I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. At the end of the day, we're a football club. We want to win. Does Pep be like this with them players? I doubt it very much. I'm just like just with the whole. I don't even go back into the press conference whole situation and stuff like that because it just annoys me, and the whole thing I do with the press sort of, with the press comments and stuff like that really bugs me. But there's a fella I'm just putting on here. He'll know what the story is. Chicky, what's the story, man? How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Hi, Jez.
Good, good.
Hey, Gracie.
There's a question straight away. I want a question answered. If you can help me out,
Sure.
is Pep Guardiola like this? Is he like, take it easy on the boys, the poor boys, don't want to hurt their feelings?
He's very ruthless. I can tell you that. Look what he did to Kun Aguero. Look what he did to Yaya Toure. Look what he's done to Jesus and Sane. Look what he's done to even. I could go on. Samuel Eto'o, Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Dude, I can make a whole 11 with the players that Pep Guardiola has. Either made it to better men or just didn't rate or just effed them off.
True. Very true.
Chike, would you agree with this comment here? When Arteta gets the sack, no other big club will approach him. Fact.
No other club will appoint him because as Jez said, this dude is an absolute effing control freak. Literally, Nicolas Pepe no Nicolas Pepe in the team. I mean, he f's Aubameyang off to Barcelona. No coincidence that he scored, was it 5 goals in the last 4 or 5 games or whatever? No coincidence that Guendouzi is balling out in France. No coincidence that what's his face, Saliba is balling out in France in the best defense, by the way, which is ironic because you would expect that PSG would have the best defense because that team is an ultimate team, like in FIFA. But no, Marseille have the best defense. PSG just have the best attack because they got Neymar, Messi, Mbappe, Di Maria, Kimpembe. I could go on. So that's my point.
Yeah. And like, do you think, like what we were just saying there earlier on, I don't know if you've seen it, but with Pepe as let's say another fan, would you start him? Do you think he has, let's say, what's the question? Like, he's warranted a start against Watford?
Well, you bought him for $72 million, so why would you not start him? That's like me signing Kylian Mbappe and then sitting him out and then not even playing him for the first 4 or 5 seasons. That just doesn't make any sense. That makes absolutely no effing sense. You basically broke the bank for one player that you thought was going. That's probably if you put him in City's team, Liverpool's team, Chelsea's team, they'll walk the league title. They will walk the league title. Do you know what I mean? So the fact that he's literally sitting the fact that he's just sitting there on the bench is an absolute disgrace. And if I see Arteta anytime soon near the University of Hartford, I will punch him in the face.
You'd be doing a lot of Arsenal fans' favour. And GK, do you think we can get top 4?
No.
Ooh, why not?
City, Liverpool, Chelsea, United. And
you're going to United. Okay.
Because I actually think United, one of the reasons why I decided to come on was because I wanted to give you my thoughts on the Manchester derby. And
let's go there.
Yeah, so let me get to that. But do I think Arsenal will get top 4? No. The squad is horrendous. I don't trust Mikel Arteta at all. I think Man United will figure things out because they have a squad, unlike Arsenal, who just have a bunch of nobodies. At least Man United have somebodies like Cristiano Ronaldo. I get that he's not doing jack shit, even though he's the rightful age of 37 and he can't do it for any longer. They still have match winners on the pitch, unlike Arsenal. Who do Arsenal have as a match winner? That's right. Nobody.
That's a good question. Gracie, do we have any match winners? Would you agree?
Not well-known ones, though. It's a difficult question because you have to look at other teams in the league, like Man United right now. Really, they're banking on one guy at the moment. Well, it shouldn't be like that because they have so many big names, but they are banking on one guy, and their whole tactic is based around Ronaldo. All of it, and he's not putting them away. So Man United are in a bad situation right now. But with Arsenal, I mean, the thing is, with these questions, you never know what could happen in football. A new player could score every game. A defender could score. You just don't know. But with the inconsistencies in our team, I don't know. I can't really say a set person because it changes every week. So I just generally don't have a clue. Because our team changes so much, it's never the same person scoring. It is always someone different.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, the thing about it is, right, if we had... How would we do in the league, Jez, right? If we had Van Persie, remember the season before he went to United? So what I'm saying is, we have a few midfielders that are scoring, and then you had Van Persie. And we'll just say you have Arteta as manager, okay? So I'm going to put you right under the spotlight here, mate. Putting you under the bus, right? Would we challenge for the league? So remember the time when Van Persie was the only one scoring that league? I think, did he score 30-odd goals or something? Could we have challenged for a league, let's say this year, if we had them goals from, let's say, a player like Van Persie?
No.
Give me something, guys.
Why?
No.
No? Why?
Because you wouldn't get the service. We had a decent midfield then.
Right. See, this is... Yeah, exactly. Yeah, actually,
we've got a decent midfield. We've got an average midfield. We've got Xhaka sideways backwards.
Let's Gibraltar guard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but back then we had a decent midfield that could make the incisive pass. And let's remember that Wenger had a whole different structure and philosophy to attacking football. Arteta doesn't have the bloody tactics, right? His tactics are so boring. Down the wing, down the wing, down the wing, down the wing. How many times do you ever see an incisive run down in midfield?
None.
Because we haven't got anyone.
Correct.
We haven't got anyone that's capable. Odegaard's not good enough. Xhaka passes sideways backwards and is frightened to actually make a run at a defence. When was the last time Xhaka made a run at a defence?
Probably never.
Exactly. So, no, it would make no difference because, let's be fair, we had a great striker in Aubameyang, but he never got the bloody service because he's stuck out on the left wing.
Yes.
Right? And we didn't have the quality of midfielder that could actually get him that ball that he could actually attack with. Now, when you've got a top striker playing on the left wing and he's got to take on 3 defenders, yeah? Now, we can all go back to the days when Henry did it. He didn't do it every time. Yeah? We can all remember that classic goal against Liverpool when he went around 5 Liverpool defenders. It's a one-off. It's a one in a lifetime. That doesn't happen every week. Most of the time, Henry got the classic pass, dipped his right shoulder, went inside, slotted it. Yeah, top bins. Now, same as Van Persie a lot of the time. Now, if you haven't got the service, you're not going to score the goals. And where the goals come from, as a striker, they come from your midfield pass. End of story.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, who do you think is Arsenal's best ever midfielder? I'm actually curious. In your opinion.
Me?
Yes.
Bergkamp. Without question.
Agreed.
Without question. Greatest midfielder I've ever seen him play in my lifetime. And I've seen some great midfielders. Liam Brady comes a close second.
Sure.
To be fair. In the 70s, he was just out of this world. Never seen a player like him in my life. But when Bergkamp joined the party with Vieira, they were untouchable.
Sure.
They were just something different. You just could not imagine what they were going to do. And that's the thing. Nor could a lot of teams. They couldn't handle them. And it was mesmerising stuff. You know, I mean, you know, I was at the game when the classic Bergkamp goal against Newcastle. You know, I mean, that was just that was Johan Cruyff stuff. You know, it was just unbelievable. But I was fortunate enough to see that stuff. But we haven't got anywhere near that. Nowhere near that. Can you imagine Odegaard doing that?
No. You mean Gibraltar guard? Or Wolfer guard? Or backwards guard? I mean, there's so many
this is the indictment of Arsenal Football Club of how far away we are. And I'm going to make a comment that there's this Super League shit's come up again.
Oh, don't remind me.
Here we go again.
Don't remind me.
I mean, I think, it's bloody disgusting to discuss it with what's happening in the world currently.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to get political, but we know what we're talking about. It's disgusting to talk about it.
Oh, geez.
And if this actually happened and Arsenal went in it, it would be an absolute embarrassment. With this manager, this structure, and this talk that each team would have been given X amount of hundreds of millions of pounds. Yeah. It's all right being given loads and loads and loads of money. But Arteta has proven he's had £250 million bloody pounds and he's bought crap and got rid of some of our best assets. You know, he got rid of Martinez, a great goalkeeper, because he pissed him off. Because he wanted to be number one. He wouldn't give him number one. And let's get it right. Martinez helped win the FA Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Along with Aubameyang. Yeah.
We're 2 goals against City, so I know.
Exactly. So he gets rid of a pair of them, or lets Martinez go to Aston Villa. Yeah. And what do we have to do? We then buy a goalkeeper none of us have ever heard of from Denmark or Norway or somewhere like that. Yeah. Right, what was his name? Runnison.
He's from Iceland or Finland. The name sounds
some bloody bloke. Never heard of him.
Sure.
And then we have to go and buy Ramsdale. Our best signing, in my opinion.
Look, it was the goalkeeper. It's probably the signing. That's probably like the signing of maybe I might. It's probably like the signing of the season of the century,
Arteta,
a decade.
You let go a player that was already here and proved his worth, and you let him go because Arteta, being the arrogant prick he is, yeah, and then we have to go and buy another one a year later. Tell me the logic, people. Tell me the logic.
I actually have one question. There's one question that I want to ask you, Jez, because you're probably one of the realest Arsenal fans that I've ever seen. Why do you think Arteta is getting praise? And so I was watching. I watched Premier League on NBCSN, and they were saying that if Arsenal get 4th place from where they were at the beginning of the season, they think that qualifies as manager of the season. And I'm like, what? Manager of the season? Thank you. Manager of the season is, if you want manager of the season, if Klopp wins the league or they push us, City, all the way to the title, that's man of the season. And if he wins a Champions League or an FA Cup, that's manager of the season. And I'm like, why is he going to get manager of the season if he goes from 20th place, from dead bottom to 4th? I don't get that. I mean, I just don't. Why do you think that's happening? I just don't understand. I just want to hear from a real fan. Really?
Like, it's just pure delusion from plastic keyboard warriors. You know, let's get it right. No manager ever gets manager of the season, the fourth, third, or second.
Absolutely.
Manager of the season is the one that wins the Premier League.
Exactly.
Simple as. The thing is, nowadays it annoys me so much when I go to games and I hear these people, and I'm not going to knock them too much for it. You know, a lot of these people that go to games now, it's a day out for them. It's the first time they've ever been to an Arsenal football match, and it's a big occasion, and they're excited, and fair play. I get all that, you know. You have people that have flown over from Africa or America, or Canada, or wherever they've come from, and fair play to them. They've spent a shed load of bloody money to come and see a match.
Right.
But the problem is they are so influenced by what they see on certain Arsenal channels, and one of the biggest influences, I won't mention them, but we know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
They are so bloody dictatorial in what they say and what their opinions are, and people, especially young guys, young girls and boys, you know, in their 12, 13-year-olds, that they fell for it. Now, I just want to say this. Last week, I was in a discussion with somebody, and he was talking a lot of knowledge. And then he came out with the most stupid comment. I said to him, mate, how old are you? He said, 12. I said, why are you even talking to me about Arsenal? He said, well, I've been to see Arsenal twice. I said, well, good, well done. I've seen him 2,853 fucking times.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's equivalent of 50 years.
Why are you talking to me? He said, well, I don't agree with what you're saying. You're a plastic fan. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm a plastic fan, man. Yeah. Well, I said, where do you actually live? And I said, you know, do you get, you see him twice, so where do you live, man? Australia. Came over with his granddad for 2 games, last year. And I said, so you want to challenge me about Arsenal Football Club? Oh, well, yeah, Arteta's the best manager we've had in a decade.
He's barely been alive a decade.
Oh my God. Darren,
Oh my God.
what's the story, mate? How are you keeping? You all right? Just want to
not bad.
Hi, Darren.
Yeah, not bad. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for letting us in. Yeah, that's. I think I need to put something stronger in this orange I've got here after listening to that last story, Jez.
Exactly.
Jesus, you just wonder, you know, how worse has it got to get before it actually starts getting better with us, you know? But going back to what you were saying about all these people that need to go, and the ESL and one thing and the next, you know, it's just, you know, it's just a nightmare for us. But hopefully something is going to happen to change it all, you know.
Not to interrupt, please tell me, Darren, that you're part of this crew that want Arteta out and don't believe this fairy tale about going from 20th to 4th is manager of the season and all that BS.
Yeah, I can confirm I am one of the Arteta out brigade. I wasn't initially. I actually thought, I had me sort of doubts, thinking, well, he's got no experience, but I actually thought, give the guy a bit of a chance. My suspicions were correct. You know, I just thought, well, you know, here we go. See, he had a press conference at the start, and my son, who comes to the games with me with Silver, we don't go to every game, we go to a few. And a lot of people going, oh, don't he look good in the press conference? Don't he look good in the press conference? Well, I didn't think he did. particularly. You know, he just looks like a robot. Every time I see him in a press conference, he's like the Thunderbird puppets. You know, the Thunderbird, if anyone's old enough. So, Gracie, mate, you probably might not remember them, but
No, I'm 20.
if you go and Google Thunderbird puppet and have a look, and you'll see Mikel Arteta double, sort of like, you know, sort of popping
We'll
up
do
there.
it right
I
now.
won't give my age away, but I'm going to be
And
23
he's
in June.
just robotic. He comes across so robotic. You know, being at work, you see, if someone's going for a managerial job, they'll send you on a course. You have all these buzz phrases like unacceptable and all this. And that's what he comes out with. It's shocking.
You know what's shocking? Not to interrupt
there
you
you
there,
go.
but so I told Del Boy, Jez, and Gracie May that I watch NBCSN, and there are these 3 commentators that basically commentate on every game. And what they said was that if they give Pep Guardiola manager of the season after he wins the league, they're saying, "Oh, that's just boring. That's boring. All that." And I'm like, "Are you mad? Manager of the season means that you've won the league, not second, third, fourth, fifth, and all that BS. It means you've won the league or won something." You know, I cannot believe how low they're setting standards for everything. It actually pisses me off. You know, like I'm a student and my main goal is to get, you know, is to achieve the best that I can do, whether it's an A, a B, or a C. And yes, there are some courses that I'm taking that I may not get that, but I do the best that I can. I don't set the standards low. You know, I set the standards high. And, you know, I cannot believe that they're setting the standards so low to a team that's the third biggest, well, I should say that's supposedly the third biggest club in England, because they're not acting like it, the third biggest club in England, and they're setting the bar really, really, really low.
Well, is it a wonder when Edu come out and said we ain't got any targets? You know, I mean, that says it all, doesn't it? You know,
and that's your CEO saying that.
Like, do Man City have targets, GK?
Yes.
Like, do they say like what's the goal for the season, or like?
No, I mean, the target is to win the league, not be second, third, or fourth, or fifth, because that's fourth loser. The target is to win the league. Lee Gunner says it every single time he's on stream, and I love Lee Gunner. He's probably him, you, Jez, and Kenny Can are the 3 realest Arsenal fans that I've ever met, and I cannot. And you three are just amazing, and I'm just so impressed with your Arsenal knowledge and just knowledge of football. But the aim of the sport is to win. Am I not wrong? Do I sound like an idiot? No. Yeah. Aim of the league sport is to win, not to be second or third or fourth. The aim of the league sport is to win. So if we don't win the league, I'm pissed off because that means we were terrible that season. Remember? So in 2012-13, after we just pipped Man United to the title, we got second place. Guess what happened? We sacked our manager.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
That was Roberto Mancini, who just won the Euros with Italy. You imagine if Italy don't make the World Cup. I'm actually curious. If Italy don't make the World Cup, do you think they should sack their manager? Do you think they should sack Mancini? I'm actually curious.
Gracie, what do you think? I'll throw that to you there. Good question.
I'm getting hit with the hard ones tonight.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all right. I mean, Italy, of course, their expectation, you know, they just come off of winning the Euros. Of course, like if you're not performing at that high level, you've got to ask questions. Why not? Why after winning a major trophy am I not going to compete in an even bigger cup, arguably? So brings it down to, I just want to mention this month Arteta's in the shortlist for Manager of the Month, alongside Klopp and someone else. It's come
for
out.
getting knocked out the FA Cup.
Yeah.
So he's in the nomination,
and you're not even in the damn title race.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, but wait,
Pep's not shortlisted.
Not win, is it? I'm sorry. I'm interrupting. Continue, Gracie.
No worries. Pep's not shortlisted. It's pretty much.
Oh, I'm sure all the Arteta sexuals, Pep's washed up.
Really? Really?
Yeah,
Let's wait to the end of the season to say that, shall we?
exactly.
Hopefully after the Liverpool game, actually, or the derby on Sunday.
Yeah.
And then
Darren, I'll ask you a non-Arsenal question. Man City, Man United. What do you reckon, mate?
I think it's Man City. I can't see Man United getting anything there. It's just men against boys for me. Man United are just in disarray. They got a bloke in there who's a caretaker. So you're at work and you get told this bloke's your boss. Yeah, you're on X amount of pounds per week, which is a lot. Yeah, he comes in and you know he's not going to be there at the end of the season or the end of the year or whenever. How motivated are you going to be? Would be my question. That'd be my first question. I would suggest not too much.
Can
You've
I?
got no threat. You've got a free hit. You've got a free hit, ain't you, as a Man United player for the rest of the season?
Oh, that's right.
Go ahead, Charles.
No, we'll come back to it. But I was just going to say, Darren, that Man City are a different class. They're run differently. They've got probably, in my book at the moment, the best manager in the world. The club, the whole structure of the club, to me, sadly, reminds me of the heady days of when Arsenal were a top club. And we ain't anymore. And all the time, we keep, jumping around and hyping up Arteta and believing in his falsehood. We're not going to achieve fuck all. And people out there need to get it through their thick skulls. We aren't going anywhere. And as you asked the question earlier, Del, it's only when the fans, the real fans, I'm not talking about the idiots that want to sit there on their bloody keyboards all day, actually ones that pay serious money to go home and away, get seriously pissed off with Arteta. And look, I can tell you, I've been to away games this year. Yeah, when we've had our asses wiped. And I can tell you, the Arsenal fans.
Have you been to the City game? Where he got You were there?
Yeah. when you get your ass wiped, yeah, and you've paid out, getting on for a day out that's cost you probably 300 quid. Yeah. You get pretty pissed off about that. And I can tell you, the Arsenal away faithful are getting pissed off. And you'll hear it. If we cock it up on Sunday, you'll hear it. Because Watford's ground is a small ground. It's old, it's run down, and you can get a decent away crew in there. Yeah. So let's wait and see what happens, because it's the Arsenal fans that will get rid of these wankers. I'm telling you.
Yeah. It's the away fans that seem to be the real fans, like, you know what I mean, that go to these games, Just want to see what Vicky said there. Rannick is changing the team to fit the new manager ahead before he goes upstairs. Gracie, who in your opinion, I hope this is okay for you, who in your opinion would be the best for Man United to get manager-wise? There's Poch, there's Ten Hag, there's, a number of managers out there, but sort of to answer Vicky's question, who would you sort of think would suit Man United?
I could see Poch going there, but I don't think he would, just because of the whole Tottenham. But at the end of the day, a job's a job, and he might want to. I could see him in that position, and I could see him doing fairly well, to be honest. I'm not a massive. I don't really look at other teams a lot, if I'm being honest. follow football, but I'm not a huge insight on anyone else but Arsenal, I'm afraid. But I mean, it's Man United at the end of the day. They can get whoever they want. They've got the football, they've got the money, they've got the players. So if they want a manager that could do some serious business, go out and get them.
Should have said Arteta, Gracie.
No. He can go to anyone in the league, just not Arsenal, because then he can ruin them.
Yeah.
And then we can overtake them.
Can I just say, I think it's our fault. We should be all Arteta's in. So hype him up, right? United will then go, hold on, who's this Arteta fella? Everyone's looking at him. All the Arsenal fans love him. Next thing they come in and take him and just go, fucking gotchas. You know what I mean? Darren, can we get top 4?
I think we can, sadly. I think we could sneak in because I think Tottenham and Man United, they're losing all these games and it's no good for confidence for them. And, all right, we drop points. We're at home to Burnley and we get a lovely 0-0. We're at home to Burnley and we drop points, So, but I do think we could get in there. But everybody's saying all these games in hand and everything, and that's all well and great. But we are going to come up against 3 top-tier teams really quick, and that could be 0 points out of 9. So what we might end up doing is building a bit of a lead up and then see it all just get ebbed away and we get taken over at the end. And I heard a rumour that the Tottenham game is going to be at the end of the season, apparently. Because Sky want it to be this top 4 extravaganza.
Yeah. That's Sky, Darren. That's Sky.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And do you think that, like, the Liverpool game, the Chelsea game, the Spurs game, Jez, can we, out of them 3, and like, I know they're probably not in a row, but I know that they're the games we have to play. How many points do you reckon we can get out of them, Jez?
Chelsea, Liverpool, and did you say Leicester?
Chelsea, Liverpool, and Spurs.
How many points?
Yeah.
Got Liverpool home, Chelsea away.
Spurs away.
Spurs away. I've got a ticket for that game. Realistically?
Yeah, hit us hard. I'm standing up. Go on.
Realistically, 1 point.
Oh!
Draw at Spurs. We ain't going to do Liverpool. And Chelsea away. We haven't won there since Van Persie scored, did we?
Yeah.
Well, Liverpool at home, our confidence will be down because we've already lost at home to them already in the League Cup. So I can't see us getting anything from Liverpool at home. Maximum I can see us Tottenham away is a point, and if we're lucky, we might get 3 points against Chelsea if they got their eyes on other things like FA Cups and Champions League. So I think maximum points out of them is 4 points, but that's really looking on a rose-tinted Arteta set of spectacles.
Yeah.
Wow, you guys are really where do you get your generosity from? Wow, I'm almost shocked. I'm glad you didn't ask me that question.
Well, looking at Spurs this season,
absolute zero. The coldest temperature known to Earth. Absolute 0.
Wow, yeah. Gracie,
looking at Spurs, their season and where they're at right now, I don't see why we can nab a point. North London derbies are unpredictable at the end of the day. It doesn't matter who's in form, nothing. All goes out the window. It's who turns up on the day and who wants it more.
But look at the manager.
Yeah, but you're missing the point I'm saying here is sometimes that don't matter in North London derbies. These are big games. It's like you and your Manchester derby. Imagine that, you know that feeling that it could go either way. You don't know what's going to happen. That is what it's like. It's all who turns up on that day. Forget what's happened. It's a fight.
It is. It is. It always. It always.
It is. I'm always pacing up and down, and no matter if I've just lost the 3 games in a row, I'm still going to be always up for a North London derby. Always.
Even
Always
if you're not in a
fancy
title race.
Pardon?
Even if you're not in a title race.
Yes, it's a North London derby.
Yes.
It's the passion of fans. You know what?
Is,
You can't sit here and say that you don't feel that in a Manchester derby.
Oh, I do. I was actually gonna get to that. I'm actually kind of surprised that Del Boy didn't ask me. So about the Manchester derby.
Yeah.
So when I heard the news that Ruben Diaz was out for the game, I was like, oh Jesus effing Christ! There's like we are actually screwed. So that actually worries me a lot because he's literally been a rock, and I just don't know how the partnership of John Stones and Aymeric Laporte will go. So that's the one thing that worries me. Although, I mean, I should be confident because we're in a title race. We rarely lose two out of 3 games under Pep Guardiola. And I mean, this is the Manchester derby. This is where, and it's at home. This is at the Etihad. So, it's just I should feel confident. I should feel confident, but there's always something at the back of my head that tells me that United will win 2-0 or 1-0 like they did last season. So my heart, I'm gonna go 3-0 in my heart, but my head, I might go either a draw or a Man United 1 or 2-0 win.
Ooh. Man United.
Yeah, the reason why is because, with Pep Guardiola, the reason why we lost to Man United is because not because they're a great team. It's because you don't know which Man United will show up. Like Gracie, which Gracie kind of said. You don't know what Man United will turn up. So, and it's just.
Can I sort of say my take? Like, I just think with a North London derby, Spurs Arsenal, it is a lottery. I personally think, okay, as in what I mean by that is you just don't know who. Like, Arsenal could have won fucking every game leading up to about 2-3-0, and then next thing Spurs go and beat them 5-2 or something. You know what I mean? I just think with the United derby, I think it's more the team that's on form wins. Let's say, remember when Rooney scored the overhead kick and stuff like that? Man United were good then, and they were sort of coming onto form, and they were playing well, and they won the game. I sort of knew before the game. I think Man City are going to win on Sunday. And that's no disrespect to United. I just think Man City are going to win the game. Hands down. Jez, what do you think? Are you?
Yeah, actually, I want to get everyone's opinion on this because this is game. Luckily, we have a 6-point gap, but if we lose this game and we lose to Liverpool at home, now all of a sudden, no room for error. If we don't win, if Liverpool wins out, they actually win the league. So this game is kind of significant.
Sorry, Vic. Here's a Man United supporter. So we have Man City and Man United. So this is working out well, yeah. Let's give Vicky a chance here to have her say on Man United.
I'm very, very proud that someone thinks that Man United are going to win it. Of course. You guys have got like a little bit of faith in United there. I'm a Man United fan, but it all depends on who's going to appear. But it's going to be close. It's going to almost be boring for a derby. It's going to probably be boring, but I'm pumped up for it. So,
as am I. Because we're actually.
I'll just go off the break to go because I know you looking to shoot off, and I just want to give you the chance there. So, go ahead, Gracie.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to top off in a minute. I think. Do you know what? I don't know. I think it could go either way. As Vicky said there, you don't know. You don't know what's gonna happen. It's always exciting about derbies is you never know, who's gonna turn up. Obviously, it's away for Man United, so that's going to be an uphill battle. the Etihad is notorious, obviously, for
It's
teams
the
coming
only,
to it.
it's the only time that stadium is going to be full, though. The only time.
I see it ending in a draw, but realistically, Man United probably, Man City, sorry, will probably take it away.
Gracie, do you have to shoot, or are you okay? Or?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to shoot. I'm exhausted. I've been at school and everything all day, and then someone else didn't hop on and take my place. But thank you for having me on.
No problem at all. I'm just going to just do your shout outs and stuff like that. And if you're not subscribed to Gracie now at this stage, what the fuck are you doing? Seriously.
Oh, I subscribe to you, Gracie.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it a lot. You know, all the sport's just been crazy. Like, really do appreciate it. Things are gonna keep on coming thick and fast now. Some things this weekend, full match day program on Sunday, so it's gonna be a busy one. And a preview on my channel tomorrow.
Yeah.
Pump that football up, Gracie.
Oh yeah, guys, I digged out something, and it's a signature ball. It has Henry, Lehmann, Cole, Edu, unfortunately, Reyes, Torre, Gilberto, Van Persie, all sorts. So this is one for the shelf, I think.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This is gold right here. This is literally gold in form. Lundberg, Bergkamp, you name them, they're on here. So there you go.
Sorry if you hear a lot of banging, by the way. I've got 6 11-year-olds for a sleepover right now.
That's brave.
Wow.
Are they all Arsenal fans? That's
they all United fans?
3 Spurs, 1 Chelsea, 2 United. And I live above London. In fact, I think Arsenal is the closest ground in the Premier League, actually.
All right.
Yeah.
But look, Gracie, I'll let you get going there. And look, do you want to just give a quick shout out to your channel and stuff like that?
Yeah, please. Everyone, go subscribe. Gracie May. Go onto my Twitter, Gracie Brown 21. Over there, that's where I post all my updates. I know people keep requesting to follow me on Instagram. Unfortunately, I won't follow you back because that's kind of my friends and all my family on that side. That's the non-YouTube version of me. But get me on Twitter, get me on YouTube, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and just even on Sunday, myself and Gracie are doing a call-in show as well. Gracie's going to be doing stuff and like for people that want to call in and have their say after the match. Gracie, you're going there. We have about a few people just lined up, but we'll be giving the link to everyone as you're, let's say, watching the shows and stuff like that, so anyone can call in. It's going to be a bit of fun. It's not just Arteta out; it's Arteta in. Everyone like that's going to be on the show, so it'll be a bit of drama. If we lose, there'll be fucking sparks flying, you know. So yeah, it'll be interesting to tune in. Gracie, thanks a million for tuning in, and thanks for coming on. All right, cheers, mate.
See you
Gracie.
later.
Take care, Gracie.
Bye.
Vicky, I'm curious. What's your ideal starting 11 for the derby?
Well, I'm a defensive girl, so I always will start in defence. I want a consistent back four, which I'm never going to get. So let's just start there. I don't know any team that's won the Premier League without a consistent defence system. And it's just like I'm better off just saying, oh, let's just play bingo with the back four. Terrible. But to me, it's Delort, then it's Varane, then it's Lindelof, and then it's Telles. And as much as everybody goes on about Shaw, he's just a dinosaur at the moment.
So he's the worst I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Him and Maguire just constantly, they play together for England, yet neither of them know where they are. Maguire goes into panic station and just panics the whole entire back four. De Gea's not listening to anybody but sticking to his line. And so it's just when you see Lindelof and Varane together, they're really, really good. So Delort's better than Babasaka. Excuse me, I've had a couple of tequilas.
No harm.
I've had to number
build an attack.
But you know, I don't even want to go there with midfield because I can't. Though Matic's been pretty good, which is shocking because he played 2 good matches and he hasn't looked knackered. But definitely Alanga, Sancho. I don't want to bring up the Ronaldo subject. You know, generally feel like he's being overplayed. And he just wants to play all the time because he wants to score a couple of goals because it's just been the biggest block of his career.
Jez, I'm going to ask you this question.
Yeah.
Maguire or Ben White?
Sorry?
Maguire or Ben White?
Ben White.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Definitely though.
I'm with you, Jez, on that one.
I'm actually with you too. Believe it or
Maguire's
not.
pants, man. He's. I can't believe how much Man United paid for him. Dear God, honestly. You know,
Don't want to go there.
somebody who did that transfer must be pissed. Seriously.
It's the United tax, isn't it? We always have to pay extra for a player.
Well, I'm sorry for keeping it a bit like Arsenal. You know what I mean? You know, it shouldn't be any more though, because we've both been absolute bollocks for a few seasons. Yeah, but all clubs see us 2 mugs coming. Yeah, they see us coming, they rape us. So you know, get used to it. That's the world of football now. You know, it's Arsenal knocking on the door. Oh, do you remember the famous comment? When Arsenal knock on the door, there's a different knock. Yeah, the classic comment of Dennis Hill Wood. When Arsenal knock on the door, it's a different knock. Now, it's Arsenal knock on the door and throw a 300 million through the letterbox just to get in. That's how it is. It's bloody bullshit. And sorry, you know, the biggest club in English football, Man United, and I've got ultimate respect for Man United. To be fair, what's happened to them is shocking, absolutely shocking.
Sorry, you didn't want to hear what I did.
You know, let's get it right. It wasn't that many years ago, we'd be talking about a Manchester derby, and somebody was saying to me, "Who do you think is going to win, Man United or City?" I go, fucking Man United all day long. I even think about it, you know. Now, I'm sitting here listening to your conversation. I'm thinking, fucking hell. I reckon it'll be a 2-1 Man City.
Ooh.
I do, honestly. I do.
I could see it being a Man United win or a draw.
Fair enough.
Of course, coming from a Man United fan.
Yeah, well, whatever will happen, Varane will score a header. So.
Darren, can I ask you this question, right? Sancho, what do you make of him?
You can ask me anything.
No, I was asking Darren.
You were asking Darren.
Yeah, Darren.
Okay.
I have a question for you, but I'll ask you in a minute. Let Darren in there. He hasn't been in a few minutes.
Oh no. Well, Sancho, I don't really rate. Really, I've never have rated him. I was surprised Man United paid all the money for him in the first place. I just don't. He's done a couple of good things, but again, he's one of these players that's just is a big money, height, profile signing that just doesn't live up to the expectations. Sadly, for Man United, feel sorry for Man United.
I am really struggling with that process. I thought he's been on fire. He's been on fire. He's getting a bit tired. He should be doing that at his age, but
I miss the days when we used to go up to Old Trafford. And you know, I've been at Old Trafford I can't remember how many times I've been there. And it was always a battle on the pitch.
I went to Man United Arsenal when Arsene Wenger got sent off at Old Trafford.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's always an occasion to go to Old Trafford, and I used to love them days. And it was, I think, the first time I went to Old Trafford was fucking hell, about 1972. But
Wow.
it was always such an occasion. There's an aura about it. It's not, to me, a big as aura as the London derby, the old noisy neighbours down the road. But going to Old Trafford, because of the history and the hierarchy that club had, is something else. Sadly, Man United and Arsenal both have lost that. And
a little bit.
Sorry?
Do you ever think it's the way that managers are now? Because if you look at things now, managers are quite German, and it's a completely different style of play than it was back when Ferguson, Wenger, even to the point of when the rest of the managers started retiring, and then all these new managers come in. Completely different style of football now. So is it just Man United and Arsenal that have just not come into that new stage of play? Not thought about managers that way?
Absolutely. I think the thing is, Vicky, you've got to think on this one. We've got a club that has started, I'm talking about not Man U, not Arsenal. There's a club that have fought their way out of relegation. They've got the richest owners in the bloody world. Yeah?
Oh, well, don't ever say that about Man United. The Glazers are just nothing but taking chump change from Man United all the time.
Hey, just like the trophies.
Look at what Newcastle are achieving. And I tell you what, with what they're proposing with Newcastle, there's talk about this massive new football centre. A football centre. Yeah, a 90,000 seater stadium, because they would pack that every bleeding week. I don't know if you've ever been to St James's Park, but that is an awesome game to go to, and their fan base is unreal. The passion, and you look at the shit they've been through for so many years, but that is a club, and I predict this. In 3 to 4 years, that is a club that will be displacing the likes of Man United, Arsenal, and Tottenham.
But then, who's going to buy Chelsea? It's just going to be...
I was just going to ask, with Roman Abramovich selling Chelsea, I've heard rumors that they might get American owners. They might get the guy that owns Spotify. Yeah.
They got from Dubai as well. Don't ask me to name a few names up about free margaritas. Don't need to do that.
But my sort of thing on this is I don't understand why the hype is. Why is everyone? Oh my God, Chelsea are finished. Abramovich is gone. The person who's going to buy it is going to be a multi-billionaire. So
you just don't.
Yeah, but will they have the club's interest at art like Abramovich? If they do a Kroenke Mark II,
that's what I'm saying.
Chelsea will go downhill, won't they?
American owners suck. American owners suck.
They do. It's a bit, obviously I'm not going to go into it. It's a bit like the corporate world of WWE franchises, NFLs, all that sort of stuff. They're not looking any interest into what they're doing. WWE is just interested in TV deals.
Yep.
And there's Saudi Arabia deal. NFL, they're just interested in their sponsors and their TV deals. It's all down to corporation.
Actually, speaking of the NFL, so Henry Wright, who has a YouTube channel, Daniel Levy, who's the owner of Spurs, says he wants to host the Super Bowl in 2026. He wants to do. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, Man United have already said that they wanted to do that, didn't they?
Why would you want to go there?
It's not their business. They shouldn't be saying that. They've got nothing to do with NFL. They should stay out of it. But this is what they're after. They're after the dollars. They're not interested in English traditions or Premier League traditions or the League Cup or the FA Cup. All they care about is the pound note.
But they're already interested in England. You know, the NFL does come to England. It goes to Wembley twice a year, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Twice a year.
Well, yeah, the NFL fuck off down the lane. That's what they do. You know.
But,
Yeah.
I mean,
TK, I just wanted to ask you this question, mate. Who
Yes,
off
sir.
the United? Pick two players off the United team that you'd love to start on Sunday for Man City.
Two of the players that I would take out of United's team.
Yeah.
Probably Bruno and Alenga, maybe, but Bruno for sure, and probably Alenga.
not Champagne Varane.
No, that guy, he's been an absolute flop. Oh my god!
I'm just saying this. Any man that drinks champagne is not a fucking man, all right? Let's get the Guinness into you.
You know what? I'm going to mute me for a minute so I don't have to talk because I'll get.
No,
Colin,
no, but if I had to remove those two players, it would definitely be Bruno for sure because supposedly he's one of the best. He turns up against City and all of the big six, so I would definitely remove him. And Alenga's been really good recently. Again, I don't watch Man United play because why in God's name would I watch my arch rivals play? I mean, that's like Arsenal watching Tottenham play. Why in God's name would you do that? Unless you're scouting the opposition because you're playing them at the weekend. But I would take out for sure Bruno Fernandes and Alenga.
lads, I'll ask you the same question. Jez, I'll start with you. Name two players you'd like on the Arsenal team from United.
Two players I'd like from.
Oh,
Man United.
I didn't answer that question. I am so sorry. Sorry, but I totally forgot about that. I didn't hear the question. Was it who are the two players that I would take from Man United? Oh, okay. Then Bruno for sure, and Varane, because I think Varane and Ruben Diaz would be unstoppable. I mean, seriously, imagine that as our back line, and then Bruno Fernandes playing with KDB.
Jez, you go ahead there, mate.
Sorry, Jez. I didn't mean to interrupt. I didn't hear the question.
I'm actually trying to think of the player's name, and I can see his face, and I can't think of him.
Does he look like me and has a Spanish blood?
No, Pogba. There's a player in that, man. There's a player in Pogba.
There's a player in Pogba when he wants. Yeah, he's looking to leave, but he's definitely playing a game. Yeah.
Even though he does no defensive work and doesn't track back.
He started to. He's had no choice. He's had no choice, but he's had to do it, especially the European game.
I think Pogba would be better in London than Manchester.
Yeah. He's mismanaged. Let's get it right. When he was
No. Pogba's not mismanaged. Pogba does whatever he wants when he wants. He's a bit got that Cantona-esque. He's not a Cantona, but he's got that bit where he cannot be managed. He's a bit, yeah.
He's a wild bird, and he needs to be. He needs strong management, and we had this discussion earlier with players like Guendouzi at Arsenal. You know, when Pogba was in Italy, he was an unbelievable player because he had a good manager. He knew how to manage him. Sorry, when you've had Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, it's not strong enough. Yeah, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is no different to fucking Arteta.
But then that's where we're going to disagree on that one, because a bit like Arsenal players, though this is just my opinion, so I can be wrong. There are players that just go on there and they think they're better than the manager, and they'll do what they want, and they'll do the minimum amount of training, and they'll go and perform only to the amount that they want to do. And when they lose, they'll flap their arms and blame everyone else.
I can't disagree with you.
I see that in Arsenal players. I see that in a bit of Tottenham players. I see that in quite a lot of I know it's a lot of Man United players. When it comes to this sort of thing, there is a lot of big-headed players that just don't perform like their 10-year-old. I wanted to dream to be the best player I can be. Well, you're not playing to be the best player you can be. You're playing to the way you're thinking that you don't have to perform that way anymore.
Darren, would you agree with this comment here from Static? Pogba is very similar to what Ozil was at Arsenal.
No, I think he's better than Ozil. I'd pick Pogba and Bruno if I was taking two players. And I actually think the perfect manager for Pogba would have been Wenger because of the French connection.
Yeah.
You know, if he'd have come to Arsenal, he'd have been in London. I do think Wenger probably would have been able to manage him properly.
What about the Didier Deschamps, the manager of the France team?
What about him?
Again,
he does actually get French players playing much better than they do for their team. But then you can say the same thing for Gareth Southgate with the England player.
Oh, hell no. Don't even remind me about Gareth Southgate. Oh, my God. I cannot stand that man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah. The two foreigners here, me and Chike, yeah, we'll tell her how a fuck it is, yeah?
Nope. I don't even want to hear his name. I don't even want to hear his name. That dude.
Why is that?
One, he's tactical.
He's Arteta light. Southgate's Arteta light.
He's Arteta.
I just don't know when you can get a country to a final.
Nope.
You can't really say that.
Nope. Yeah, because he should have won it. The way that his tactics and everything were a disgrace, an absolute disgrace.
Last time Shaw actually ever performed, and he only did over 45 minutes of that one.
Can I just say, I think me and Chike is managing England because England, you guys may be biased. You have the best international squad, hands down. You have the best in the world. I don't know how you didn't win that, personally, yourself.
And also, that was
I think we failed because it was fear. I think we went 1-0 up, and then we were shocked because we went 1-0 up so early in the game.
I was shocked. Shaw actually scored. So
I know. Yeah, I mean, I think it was just shock. I think we didn't expect to be 1-0 up so early, and then they couldn't cope with it, couldn't deal with the pressure of it all because then they had 86, 84 minutes to. And then they thought they could win 1-0. And then you're probably right around the tactics as well. That then Southgate couldn't deal with being 1-0 up, and then he just sat back and let them back in the game. And that's something Arteta was doing a lot of at one point. He was getting 1-0s and thinking, we'll wing it here. We just have a nice little 1-0 win. We've done our job. We've got our goal. Now you come and beat us. And then teams would come onto us and start beating us up. So, yeah.
Jez, what do you think of that? You're very quiet there.
Sorry?
What do you think of that? Just saying about the final, we just talking about the England international team final. Should England have won it?
Yes.
Mate, I don't watch it, to be fair.
Oh, yeah.
International football bores the shit out of me.
You're having a laugh. No, that's the whole reason why I turned my shed into a bar.
I just, it does absolutely nothing for me. I'd rather watch fucking paint dry. Okay?
And that's why I'm an alcoholic and you're not.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm not interested. You know, it's just full of fucking disappointment. You know?
There is the added difficulty of cheering on players that you normally just don't like and can't stand.
Well, it's a
on
bit
a weekly
like,
basis.
Are you saying this because England went out in the group stage in 2014? They lost to Germany 4-1 in the round of 16. You know, are you saying this because they lost 8 times in the quarterfinals? I mean, really? I mean, oh my God! You should have seen me, man.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, man.
What's the story? What's the story? Story.
International football for whatever reason.
I'm next to one of my favorite people.
Hello, darling.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hello, darling. How are you?
I'm okay. Well, yeah, I've got like 6 11-year-olds upstairs and they're being really quiet, so I think I should be worried. I think I should be. But I think they might be just knackered because I took them crazy golfing and I took them out to like eat a load of burgers. So I think they're just me rolling over, like overfed.
Stefan, what do you think of Chelsea? The new ownership, just while I have you, and you're a Chelsea supporter.
Look, our ownership will be sold. Sorry, no, sorry. Sorry. Look, you see this?
You will be sorry.
This is a lost bet.
Wait a minute, where's your Man United shirt? You lost against Reach. You were meant to wear a Man United shirt for ages.
I said I would. I need to save up for it first. I haven't got a job. They're expensive.
I heard you were a chef.
Long story. I'll tell you backstage.
What do you think of Chelsea? What do you think of Chelsea, Nippon, with Abramovich selling up? Are you worried at all, or what are you thinking?
Honestly, I think Roman is playing 4D chess. He's going to sell it to one of his mates, and then when this whole Ukraine thing is done, he's going to buy it back.
Well, that's wishful thinking.
It's good. I'm into conspiracies. What's the story, Jez?
Sorry, mate?
What's the story?
Well, I can't agree with you on that one, personally, because I think you'll find...
I love me a conspiracy, Jez.
I think you'll find, mate, once you sell a football club, you can't buy it back.
Fair enough. But I love running conspiracies.
And Jez, I'll give you, Jez, sorry, Nippon, I'll give you another one. I was just saying there to the guys, who would you take off Man United? What two players would you take off Man United for Chelsea if you had to?
Why do you mean to?
Which two players would I take from Man United? Are you just doing this to wind up Vicky?
Yeah. So going to get it in the green room.
Right. Fine. I think she's going to ask soon, who would you take from Arsenal? Just to wind you up.
No, because
right.
I'll just leave them alone.
Right, here we go. I'm going to take Jadon Sancho and your crush.
I don't play for United.
Well, let's leave that alone.
Yes.
Look, you see this? Something.
Yeah.
You
sometimes you're.
It's a
sometimes you're sober, but you sound more drunk than I do.
It's because I'm always on the move.
I'll move on. Darren, I've been, like, since you've been coming on to my streams and stuff like that, I have to ask you the question that I've asked Jez and other few. What's the best game you've ever been to?
Oh, easy.
Game.
Easy.
I know what you're going to say. Go on, say it.
Liverpool 0. Arsenal 2.
Nice one. Were you at the game?
Yeah, I was fortunate enough. Got on the coach, was in the betting shop on the morning, looked up at the screens. I saw 8-1, 16-1, 2-0 Arsenal. Looked at me mate and we just shook our head. I was going to have a £5 or a £1 on it. I couldn't even be bothered to spend that much money, to be quite honest, because I thought, why waste your money? You know. Got on the coach, got up there. It's a great day. We were about 10 minutes late getting in the ground because there was a big delay on the M1, M5. Got in there, got in the ground, good atmosphere. I thought,
I'll have a
oh,
chocolate
you know,
bumper.
we're gonna lose this game, but at least we've had a go this season. We've nearly won the title. Blah blah blah. So Smithy pops one in after 60 minutes, and even after like 85 minutes, I had a bloke behind me. I can remember him sort of chuntering away, saying, "Oh, we'll be back next season. We'll be back next season." You know, da da da. And then obviously we all know what happened then, and it was just like I just looked at the back of the net and I just saw this ball bouncing round in the back of the net, and it was just wild. It was
And were you
brilliant.
behind the goal when I went in, or where were you in the ground?
behind the goal, and we just could not. I mean, couldn't believe it. Come out, jumped on the coaches, and it was just noise throughout. Going back to the ground, even the coaches got out, and there was people even at 2, 3 in the morning, out and about.
Wow.
And it was just wild. It was. I thought I was going to get a kick in from the Liverpool supporters, but they were quite good. They were. They come around. They had this banner prepared for the 95. We wish we're alive. This one's for you, sort of thing. It was like this red thing they had, and the Scouse supporters. They went from the Kop, walked all round the pitch, and then they showed it to us at the end of the game, and it was like. Respect. That was a really nice touch, because it was a nightmare season. Because I was at the game when Hillsborough was on, not the Hillsborough game, but we were at home to Newcastle. We won 1-0, standing in the clock end, and that was just such an eerie day. That was just. And then all the games got cancelled for a while. Everybody was panicking about. Can we let people back in the grounds again? Is it going to happen again? And all this, because we were due to play Liverpool around about, I think it was about March or something like that, March away, and that game got cancelled and put back to the last game of the season. So, and then we had this big lead on Liverpool as well, about a 12-point lead over them, and they just ebbed away at us. We were picking up draws at home. I think we drew with Millwall 1-1, jumped 2-2.
Millwall, a bit of a thuggish team, eh, Darren?
What's that? A thuggish team?
Millwall.
Millwall. On or off the pitch? Maybe off the pitch, but on the pitch they had some decent players.
They're fans.
They had Sheringham up front for them.
I went to a Millwall game. I went to a Millwall game.
I went that season. I went Millwall away. We beat them 2-1. I can't remember. I think Marwood might have scored with like this half volley. And to get in the ground at Millwall away, there was like a door.
Huh?
It was just like a door frame.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the whole.
I love the way you've done your hair.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry,
Right,
Yeah.
Hold on,
Just saying that
I just wanted to just hear what Tony or what Darren was saying there. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I was just listening because he was talking about the doorway when he was going into Millwall.
Yeah, to get in the away end, it was like the size of like a standard door frame, and that was it. And I had this expensive coat on, and I was sort of worried about it getting ripped. And
I know that feeling.
Was it a Burberry?
Oh, I can't remember now. It's one of these big duffel things.
Yeah, like we touch. I want to do a show with you two guys, Darren and Jez, and just sort of talk about the history of Arsenal. And I definitely want to do that. If Darren and Jez, if you guys are up for that, one of the days, I'll touch base. Yeah, with you two guys.
I love a history show, no matter what football team.
I was going to say think about what Darren was saying back in the day when you had the NBA, the Gooner Elite, and all that crew going down to Millwall. That was always an experience, man. Going to New Cross Gate tube station was railway station rather, and walking down. Sorry.
Sorry, someone's.
Fun fact for you, Jez.
Huh?
Fun fact for you, Jez. New Cross Gate used to be a tube station. The
Yeah, I was
East
gonna say.
London line.
Yeah.
But then it got transferred to the overground.
Yeah, I'm going back in a bit of time here, man. And going down there in them days, that was taking your life in your hands. Going round there, it's like, yeah. I've had some bad occurrences down there, that's for sure.
Well, I'm gonna save all this gold dust that's fucking hitting off the screen here. I'm gonna save it all. Yeah, I'm gonna catch it into a jar, and we're gonna use this for a show one of the days. Cheeky, I'm coming to you, mate. Why do you support Man City?
Why? It was because of my brother. My brother was a big inspiration for supporting this team because I remember in 2010 we just signed Silva company, and that team that my brother told me about was like was going to be an up and coming team, and that's one of the reasons why I've supported City is because of that team and Yaya Toure in particular. Also, I just wanted to say that so this summer I'm going to be testing Lee, Kenny, Ken, and Jez on football knowledge, and all of you are all welcome to join in. And the format, I'm thinking that the format is going to be Premier League, Champions League, and World Cup because it's a World Cup year. So I wanted to throw that out there. And also, there's one question that I had for Darren, and that was, how come we didn't say the best game you've been to was the 4-4 draw with Liverpool in 2009 when Arshavin scored a hat trick?
Nah, don't compare, mate. We won a trophy.
That's funny. Also, when Jez was the quiz master a couple weeks ago, he asked the question. I'm not sure if you were playing along or if you heard about it. Did you know the biggest crowd attendance between United and Arsenal? Did you know the answer to that, Darren?
I've been to a game where there was 55,000 FA Cup game in 1986, 87, I think it was, when we first signed Alan Smith. He scored, knocked Man United out with a header. But I'm going to guess highest crowd 70,000. Let me guess.
Nope. It was 81,962, January 17th, 1948, at Main Road.
No.
And surprisingly, I got January right because I know January is historically probably like the coldest month of the year. So that was the logic I went on. But then the reason why it was at Main Road was because of the terrible, terrible winter, and the stadium that Man United were going to play in couldn't play there. So they had to go to City's ground at Main Road, and it was a neutral ground. So that's the reason why they had to move it. Well, they had to move that fixture.
It's also being rebuilt after the Second World War.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Are you going on
They
Lee's
couldn't play at
channel,
Old Trafford.
GK?
The Stretford end had been
Sorry?
completely destroyed.
Are you going on to Lee's channel, GK?
Yes.
Nice. I need to ask him if I can come on one of the quizzes one day.
Yeah. And be the quiz master. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'd be fine with it. I mean, I thought he was going to say no to me because,
Actually, Craig, I'm sitting in a dessert lounge eating a crepe.
Yeah, I won't tell you what I thought you said there, that you're eating a crap.
Yeah.
Crepe.
Crap.
You have a dirty sense of humor, mate.
I'm fucking Irish, of course I do. Jesus Christ. Nip on. Before you eat your crap, why do you support Chelsea?
Therapy.
No, why do you support Chelsea?
Oh, I just liked Gianfranco Zola.
That's fair enough.
And also I wanted to be a bit different from my classmates. Because everyone when I was in school, was either Arsenal, Man United, or Liverpool. there was only one other Chelsea fan in my year group.
Okay. Well, that like, you know, I suppose when I was growing up, I didn't have the option to support Chelsea because who the fuck are Chelsea?
Look, look, we actually have, we were actually winning trophies before Abramovich as well. When we had
Yeah,
the likes of Marcel Desailly.
I remember but yeah, like, you know, when Gianluca Vialli was manager and stuff like that, the FA Cup and, like, you know, stuff like that. Great team. And I actually did like Chelsea, like, you know, because it was a change from United winning the league or United winning the FA Cup or something like that.
You know, when the season Man United won the treble, we were actually in the same title race. We finished second, 4 points off Man United. Not that many people tell you. Not that many people know that.
Well,
and we finished. So yeah, people must be wondering why I'm growing a moustache. It's actually a dare I lost. I was on another channel, and I said, "There was, you know how deluded Liverpool fans can be sometimes." So it was like there was this Liverpool fan who said to me, "They're gonna win the treble." So I was like, "Okay, if Liverpool win the trophy this season, I'm gonna grow a moustache and then shave half of it off." So basically, when it's long enough, I'm gonna shave one half of it off. So I'll just have half. I'll just have one handle on one side sticking out.
Nippon, you look like an American biker back in the 70s.
No, I swear the bikers had long beards.
Well, anyway, I'm going to move on here. No offense. GK.
Yes, sir.
Coming back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Has Spurs or West Ham any chance of getting in the top four?
Absolute. Well, do both of them do, or do one of them do?
One of them.
Yes, West Ham.
Why?
Because they're a better team and are well organized and have a good manager. I know Spurs have Conte. However, with Conte, which he's just managing absolute shit. So, there's no. I just think Spurs, the way that Spurs are playing, like they'll beat City, the best team in England, but then they'll lose to Burnley, and they just lost to Middlesbrough in the FA Cup. So, the inconsistency of Spurs is just too much that they can't make a top 4 run, in my opinion. But West Ham for sure.
Alan, what about yourself?
I think both of them both got chances of getting in there. When you got Son and Kane up front, you've got a chance. And then West Ham are a good, good outfit, aren't they? They've all been drilled well, as GK says. The manager knows what he's doing, and I think they've got just as much chance as what we got.
Jez, would you take Dave Moyes at Arsenal?
No.
I'd take him over Arteta.
No, I'd rather have Simeone.
Or, I'm actually curious. Would you take Hansi Flick, Jez?
You honestly think he? No, you honestly think he's going to leave Germany? You honestly think he's going to leave the Germany national team to manage that trust?
Sometimes it's about money. Sometimes you have to tell a manager, "Hey, we'll give you X amount of money per year."
I don't think he cares about money. I don't think he probably cares more about.
To answer your question about the Brentford manager, no.
No, I said Hansi Flick.
Sorry?
I said Hansi Flick.
Oh, beg your pardon. I do apologise. Yes.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. But I'm sorry, a club as big as Arsenal should be looking at top world-class managers. And I'm sorry, you know, I'd have had Conte at Arsenal. I think he's suffering at Tottenham at the moment because Tottenham are bloody shit. And we need to spend the money on a top manager who will spend the money he gets given. And let's be honest, Arteta's had a bag load of bloody money, 250 million, yeah, and squandered it. So let's get a top fucking flight manager in that can actually buy in quality players, that players will respect to play for that manager. Yeah,
And win the treble.
Not the fucking snowflakes. The little
Win the treble.
Sorry?
To win, I said to win the treble, because if you get Hansi Flick,
we need fucking class.
That's what I'm saying. Hansi Flick with 250 million.
Snowflakes coming to Arsenal. You
That's
know,
what I'm saying.
I want to see the best.
Hansi Flick with 250. Do you honestly, if Hansi Flick was given $250 million for Arsenal, do you think he would win the treble? I certainly think so.
Who?
Hansi Flick.
What do you think there?
I think you should just focus on winning one thing.
No, but Hansi Flick won the treble with Bayern Munich. Why can't he do it with Arsenal?
Yeah, but Bayern Munich is like a machine.
Different league. European leagues are a different league. The Premier League's the hardest league in the world to win. It's a harder game. It's a different game in the whole fact. It's fast. It's aggressive. And you can't fool yourself.
Can I just interject about Bayern Munich for 1 minute? Sure. They have a dietitian. They have a really hard, aggressive sports routine. The whole thing is completely different to the Premiership. They all look like machines for a reason, because they are machines, because they are built like hardcore, muscly players. And you won't find that, because nobody in the Premier League can't have a dietitian. No one has a constant focus on their fitness levels as much as you like to think that they do. And I also agree when it comes to teams like Wolves, West Ham, Man United, Tottenham and Arsenal don't analyse people enough. They do not spend time analysing other players or analysing other things, going into the game fully historied up. They don't do that anymore.
Vicky, can I just say, I 100% agree with you there. And what I was saying earlier on is about Arteta. If every Arsenal fan says Arteta is the best manager in the world, United would go, who's this best manager that everyone's talking about? Let's just go and get him, because everyone's talking about him. And it goes that way with players as well. It just there's not enough, like Brentford, the way that they've come up through into the Premiership. Like, they've had people study every single player, because every single player, they cannot afford to make £1 million mistake. Whereas Arsenal, United, Chelsea can afford that. It's like with Arsenal, I think you could go back to basics and start studying these players that you need to get. I thought the scout that we had, that German guy, Mislintat, when we got him, I was like, yeah, I think this is going to work. We're going to start bringing in gems like Arsene Wenger did back in the day. But he left, he seen the shit that was coming in the club, and now we're sort of reaping the rewards of this shit, Jez,
No, Chika, you didn't answer my question. Why would Hansi Flick... Yeah, I'm saying, why would Hansi Flick put his reputation on the line, moving from one of the best international teams in the world to manage those dross? That dross.
Well, that's a good point. To answer your question, I think so, because sometimes manager, if you want to be considered the greatest, of all time, sometimes you have to take risks, even if it might hurt your reputation. I'm just saying.
You can't polish a turd.
I'm just saying I know that. I'm just saying that Hansi Flick would get more out of that team than Mikel Arteta would. That's all I'm saying.
But
I don't
still,
think
he won't
should
be.
leave, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying
But-
that he would do better than Arteta and win something.
But he's not going to win the league. Probably an FA Cup, maybe even, dare I say it, the Champions League. I don't see him winning the Premier League.
We're winning the
Okay,
next.
that's a fair statement. I mean, yes, I'll be fit. That's a fair statement. I mean, he's going up against against Pep, Klopp, Tuchel, and yeah, I can agree with you there. But
Look,
the Champions
only
League,
manager.
the
only manager I realistically see saying "What's up" to Pep and Klopp is Tommy Tuchel. And no, I'm not saying it because I support Chelsea. I genuinely think if he's given the right tools, he can be a better manager than Hansi Flick.
Can I just ask everybody's opinion on what do you see like as in like the managerial area of like, do you see like when Maguire plays because he's captain and because he costs so much, I think the board kind of makes sure he plays. Do you think anything like that happens in Arsenal?
why should it happen? not to be mean, but why should it happen?
It happens in United because it does. It does. The board have a lot of say. It's weird.
Darren, do you think the board have a lot of say with Arsenal?
No, I don't.
Look, I honestly
maybe Edu might, because he's an old player and he's the same cheek as the same backside as Arteta. But as for Stan Kroenke, watching the game, turning up at a game, or even taking any interest. As for Josh, having any input, I don't think so. I think their mind is in America, and their mind is certainly not in N5 where we are. So I've got to say no, but Edu possibly, because he's a little bit closer to Mickey Mouse, who's in charge.
Mickey Mouse.
So
I've got to ask this question to Nipan. I've got to ask you this question, man.
Far away, Jez.
How the fuck do you think Arsenal could win the Champions League?
Look. If you get the correct manager,
Well, here he goes. He's
I
going to
said
bring
the
up
same thing. I said it with Hansi Flick.
He'll bring up Liverpool 2005 all over again. That's what he'll do.
Yeah, just exactly, Vicky.
Well, Man United, you know what? We're still in the Champions League, but you know, Liverpool 2005, we're going to win it. You know, they were terrible then. We're terrible now, so it's guaranteed. Man United is
fucking universe here.
Champions League. You know?
Say that again, Vicky. Say that again.
We're terrible at the moment, right? And Liverpool were terrible in 2005. And do you know what I was? I was massively pregnant when I was watching the Champions League, and I'd never been so annoyed in all my life that my son decided to come out because he didn't want to be in my body anymore.
Thanks for that.
So you think Man United will win the Champions League this season?
Well, if Liverpool can in 2005, why the not? No, we're not. Well, we're not.
I was going to say clip this. Clip this. Okay.
Have I gone to a different show here? Have I fucking missed something here?
Mr. Waffle, I'm going to tell you now, Man United do have no dietitians. That whole rumour about Luke Shaw living on takeaways was definitely true. It was true.
There you go. Jez.
Personally, if I was a Man United manager, I would drop kick Luke Shaw to the nearest dustbin.
Oh yeah, I'd take Luke Shaw to Switzerland and leave him there.
I'd put Luke Shaw and Harry Maguire in bloody cheerleading outfits and watch them just like wave their little hands because that's all they bloody do. All right.
Now what I would do is dress them up in bloody clown outfits.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
That's what they are.
Right now, enough of having your little Arsenal time on my unit.
I just want to hit Craig's question here because I know Jez's answer to this, but I actually don't know Darren. Craig wanted Allegri when Emery got sacked, not the Spanish omelette. But who did you want when Emery got sacked, mate?
Well, Allegri was the name, wasn't it? That was being mentioned at the time, and he would have been all right. But again, there was clips on social media where he said, "Well, I got interviewed for the job, and I said, are you going to give me the resources?" And I didn't get the answer I wanted. So,
Darren,
but someone perhaps with an Arsenal affinity, someone who's got a bit of a link to Arsenal, I think would be a good move. Do you know what? I think even sticking with Freddie Ljungberg would have been a better answer than Arteta.
Would you? What do you think about Patrick?
Tottenham. Shit.
Mr. Vieira.
Yeah.
Yeah, give him a season, couple of seasons.
Don't you think it's a little bit too soon? I've seen Arsenal fans going for him. And I go, don't you want to wait a couple more seasons?
Yeah, definitely. Give him get him some experience at Palace. They're in the quarterfinals of the FA Cup. They're probably getting the semi-finals on that. When you see the draw, give him a bit of experience. Give him a bit of time.
It's a bit like how I feel about Wayne Rooney.
Hang on a fucking minute, right? You've got Vieira, an Arsenal legend who has experience at management, yet we take on an absolute fucking fraud. Yeah? Yeah? A last minute Arsenal signing at 10 to 11 by Wenger, a bang average fucking player, and he's a shit manager. Vicky, where is the comparison here? Where? We're talking a million miles of fucking part here.
To be fair,
I'm a legend who's got experience, and players respect. We got a fucking dickhead that we got from down at Tesco's.
Also,
you basically.
I'm not even talking about
has never been
Arsenal
capped
right
for the
now.
Spain team, so that should tell you everything right there.
Fucking hell, man. Honestly, I can't
You
believe.
basically bought the Poundland. You know who you guys bought. You know who you guys bought. You bought
Vicky,
the
what the fuck are you
Poundland.
drinking there?
Well,
What
if
am I
was
drinking?
Oh, wait a minute, sorry. What am I drinking? Oh, I've made a margarita.
Right, let Vicky have her. Let Vicky have her say, please. Let her in her defense.
One perk of like having like 11-year-old mums is like they give you alcohol to look after their kids. So
I'm not knocking you for it. I'm not knocking you for it, but
all I'll say to you is like when I say when I talk about Patrick Vieira going to Arsenal, and I think you should wait a couple of seasons, it's just let him like learn from his mistakes. He's doing extremely well. I mean, so yeah, you've got someone who's not really brilliant and a team that are well underperforming and basically a bit like a leadership up in the top ends of your ground, not really doing very well. Quite a few teams have got all this miscommunication with upstairs, downstairs, and stuff like that. I just wouldn't have Patrick Vieira come in right now and just like ruin his career, because until some foundation happens, I don't think it's worth investing in him as a manager.
Who's this guy taking a piss?
Who's this, Vicky? Who's this, Vicky?
Patrick Vieira, I wouldn't have him until there's a solid foundation in like the Arsenal team and consistency. It's not fair on asking a legend to go in and have a ruined team, just go and go and perform like he is. You'd like him to come in where it's half sturdy and make your little title run.
I don't want to see any Arsenal legend come to manage Arsenal. It'd be just
Games
like
FC.
It's the same with Man
Can I
United.
ask what Games FC? Can I ask what joint you are smoking? Can I ask what joint you are smoking, Games FC?
Nippon, I left this up because there's a guy in the middle there underneath Chez, and I want him to answer this question. Chike, what's the story with that? Will you answer that, mate?
Well, Arteta is one of the best managers for the future. Oh my God, you're having an effing laugh. Honestly, you are having a laugh. If you want the best managers for the future, look at Eric Look at the guy at Ajax. I think his name is Eric Ten Hag, if I'm not mistaken. If you want a manager for the future, that's your guy, because that is a proper youth project, along with Edwin van der Sar.
Wait a minute. That's for my team, right?
Oh, hell no. Absolutely not. Nope.
No. I put money on him. I want him on my team. So.
I want him at my team.
What is your team?
City.
Ooh. I didn't know you were a City fan.
Yeah, I don't have any. I have City apparel. I forgot to wear it, but yes, I'm a City fan.
I actually feel uncomfortable wearing blue sitting next to you.
Games FC is flirting with you, Vicky.
Yeah, he's after redeeming himself.
I'm just gonna stick with my Varane, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just want to say, Gracie May just watched the press conference with Arteta, and oh my, I now have a headache from laughing too much at this clown.
Yeah.
Darren, you weren't in earlier on for the sort of press conference talk. Do you think that Arsenal have the media bought or something like that? Like, is this a joke? The questions that they do ask him, and he gets away.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks like it's all stage managed. And let's be honest, a lot of these interviews, they all work out what they're going to say before it all gets said anyway. It's very rare for any press conferences to be sort of like controversial. So, and really, Arteta is devoid of all personality. When you look at Wenger, he had a bit of a personality. Fergie, Mourinho, all these great managers, Pep, they've all had personalities. But unfortunately, Mikel doesn't seem to have one. Every answer he comes out with is just plain. It's just, there's nothing he'll come up with. It's unacceptable.
There's no diet that's going to shrink his head before.
It's...
But
I could respect him more if he actually come out and was. It's like he's trying to be somebody he's not. He probably has got a personality there, but he's just keeping it. It's all political. It's all with
Darren,
Pepe and.
It was the exact same thing with Ollie, though.
Ollie, yeah, I enjoyed singing "Ollie's at the wheel." Ollie's at the wheel.
I gotta admit, does nobody admire
at the wheel? Ollie's at the wheel.
Don't you admire Rangnick's honesty? He can't help himself.
I admire Conte's honesty.
Yeah,
I admire Pep's honesty.
I mean, Rangnick and Pep, Klopp and Conte, their honesty is quite refreshing.
Yeah, Conte's basically said, I've been here for about 7 or 8 games. What am I doing here?
Yeah, Jez, what do you make of Conte? Like, is he going to stay at Spurs? Does he be given the funds to rebuild them next year? What's your take on him?
I think he regrets going there. I think he realises what a bunch of dog shit he's got, and whether he'll stay, I think he's actually reconsidering his options. If he doesn't get backed in the summer, big time, he'll be gone by next Christmas.
To be fair, he probably would.
I think he'll be gone by the end of the season.
I think he'll give it the summer to see what Tottenham do. If they don't back him, he'll be gone. He won't be Tottenham getting rid of him. He'll go. He'll fuck off. That's what he does. That's his way.
I gotta say two things.
He would have done the exact same thing, though.
Mr. Waffle says Arteta should be the under-9s manager. Actually, no, he shouldn't even be the under-9s manager. His level is Haventon Waterlooville.
I think Del Boy would have made a better under-9s manager.
Well, do you know what?
Arteta's management should be in League 4.
I'll answer that Vicky's question. I'm actually the under-10s manager and I'm fucking winning the league. That's what I'm doing, yeah?
I got a question here for Vicky.
Yeah.
You're a Man U supporter.
I am.
You sound like you've got a London accent to me.
I actually lived in Cornwall for most of my life, but I do live above London. Yeah.
Fair play.
I can't look. I can't even get to Old Trafford. I get to Old Trafford like 4 or 5 times a season. That's it.
Oh, that's
You're
right.
an Essex.
Right, leave it. I just had to ask. I just had to ask. That's all.
But
Mickey, you're an Essex lass, aren't you?
ew, what? No. No.
Bit rude.
Sorry.
I have a question for
There's nothing
Jez.
wrong with being Essex. It's just I'm a Cornish girl. You know. I find that.
Whereabouts in
I have a
Cornwall?
question for Jez. Wait. I have a question for Jez, and that is, what is your dream Arsenal team and dream manager? Dream Arsenal starting 11 and dream manager.
Nice. Can't ask you there, man. We had one once.
But if you had to go on now,
now, I have Simeone as manager.
okay.
Ramsdale in goal. I'll rate that guy. Kieran Tierney, left back.
By the way, you don't have to have any Arsenal. You don't have to have any Arsenal players. It can be Arsenal. It can be Arsenal City.
I'm thinking.
You should pick Arsenal players, being an Arsenal supporter. You should have some.
I have, yeah. All right, let's go backwards. Front. I have Martinelli, Pepe up front. I would have midfield Vlahovic. I would have ESR and Saka. I think they will mature and be good. Defence, coming back defence. Yeah, I'll keep Tomiyasu, I'll keep Kearney, and central midfield, central defenders.
What does that mean?
Central defenders. Central defenders. Huh?
Sorry, Abramovich.
Nippon getting arrested there. Sorry. Go ahead, Jez.
No, I'm not in trouble with the law.
Central defenders.
What does an umbrella mean?
I wouldn't have Ben Shite.
I haven't a clue, Vicky.
I'm trying to think of
haven't a
decent,
clue.
I can't think of any decent central midfield defenders.
Well, that's infinite. I'm under Darren, not under Del Boys.
Darren, what about yourself?
Yeah, sorry.
Dream Arsenal manager and team?
Yep.
God. Manager? Got to be Pep. I'll get Pep in on a free. You know, he'd be a cheap bargain, wouldn't he, from Man City? No problem.
Sleeper.
Goalkeeper, I'll probably keep Ramsdale. He's come in, he's done reasonably well. I'll definitely keep Gabriel at centre back. I like him. Other centre back. Oh God! I mean, Ben White is just not. Ben White looks like he might be all right in about 2 or 3 seasons' time, if he can dig in and keep in the team. Many more errors at top level and he won't be there. He'll just get embarrassed and that'll be the end of him. Right back, Tomiyasu's probably not good enough. Pains me to say it, and a lot of you probably disagree, I'd probably think about Carl Walker at right back.
Why would I disagree? He's absolutely quality.
Proven, he's quick, he's up and down. He's knocking on for over 30 now, but I still think he could probably keep going till he's 33, 34. Midfield, God. I'll probably sling Pogba in there. I think somebody could get in his ear hole and give him a kick up the arse.
He doesn't want to be in the English
teaching the facts of life.
He doesn't want to be in the Premiership anymore, though.
Well, I think he should be. So there you go. I'd have a chat with him and
God,
convince
he's
him
so
otherwise.
much, Darren. He's so much drama. He is so
Take
much.
it out of him. Take the
Really?
drama out of the boy.
He's not even a boy anymore.
Who else? Who else you got in central midfield at the minute? Chelsea. Who have they got? Put a sick in the middle there.
Hands off.
Yeah, take him.
Hands off. You ain't taking any. Actually, we'll give you Danny Drinkwater.
Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what we'll have. Mason Mount. We'll have him off. And the other bloke I'd have as well is the West Ham midfielder, Declan Rice. We'll have him off as well.
Yeah.
He can do a bit, and he's actually getting better as well. Declan Rice.
Do not say that on. That word is forbidden on Del Boy's channel.
What's that?
Really? Why is
Declan.
Oh,
Jasmine.
I know why.
Declan
I know why. I'm with you now. Yeah. Touch the raw nerve. Yeah. Right wingers. I think. Yeah, I'd stick with ESR and Saka. ESR's quality player. Saka I like. He's strong, but unfortunately just ain't got the final finish.
So you won't have Pele?
If he can, I'll keep the Romford. I'll keep the Romford. The green. No, he's the Greenford Pele. We did have the Romford Pele. That was Ray Parlour. Now we've got the Greenford Pele, Bukayo Saka. There you go.
I'm actually not too far from Greenford.
I'm not too far from Greenford either. I'm a West London gooner.
Are you and me?
I don't know much about
I'm in Southall. I'm in Southall right now.
Yeah. I'm not a million miles away from you. Not a million miles away.
You recognise this bus stop?
No, he's not going to recognise it.
Right, strikers.
Go on, yeah.
Strikers. It's got to be Harold Kane. I'd go and bust the budget, 200 million. Do a Sol Campbell Mark II. Go and get Harold Kane. We'll have him. He'll come to Arsenal. No problem. I might even grab Son as well while we're there. Whilst we're concluding the deal, we'll put him in a taxi and make out he's going to Chelsea, and then at the last minute we'll snatch him off of Roman's leftovers. Yeah, good.
A question for Vicky. I asked the question earlier on, like what, and it wasn't fair on you, and I'm sorry, so I want to make it up to you. Okay.
Chike, can I answer that question?
I just want to say something to Vicky. What two players would you take off the Arsenal team right now? We have Smith Rowe, Saka.
I think you should let him let Nipin have his little say and then get back to me, because it's going to take a while.
Yeah, think about it. Nip, I'm sorry, mate. Go ahead.
Chike,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to give my Chelsea Dream 11 now.
Absolutely.
Right. Mendy in goal. I'm actually going to go with I'm actually going to give you two. One 3-4-3 and 1 4-2-3-1. So Declan.
Sure.
So no. A back three of Thiago Silva, Jules Koundé, and Antonio Rudiger. A midfield of midfield including wing backs. Robin Gosens. Take him off Inter Milan in the January transfer window. The coming
That's a good shot.
as in January 23. Yeah, Robin Gosens and Reece James. In the middle, no, actually, not Robin Gosens. Marco Correa.
What is that?
In the midfield, the midfield, N'Golo Kante and Jasmine and Jasmine Rice.
Yeah, I'm coming.
I like the way you done that,
And
Nippon. I love that.
Huh? You don't look. I know you don't like him, but he's done nothing to me for me to hate him. The only thing he could do to hate me, for me to hate him, is go to the Arsenal, and then up front, Serge Gnabry, Kai Havertz, and Hakim Ziyech. Or in the midfield, I could replace Jasmine Rice with Matteo Guendouzi.
That's a good team, man. That's a really good team. I mean, I really like Joe Kunde. I really like Joe Kunde, Jasmine Rice, who I've never heard of, but no
Del Boy
Lukaku.
knows who I'm
You're going
talking
with the
about.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Del Boy knows who I'm talking about.
But yeah, no Lukaku. You have a false nine. Yeah, that's a quality team. And what's your second team?
Kim Kardashian can stay as far away from the pitch as possible.
Right.
Mendy so this is my 4-2-3-1. Mendy in goal, Jules Koundé and Antonio Rudiger forming the back two, because Thiago Silva isn't getting any younger. The wing backs, the full backs, Reece James and Mark Cucurella, or Robin Gosens if we can get him in the January transfer window. A midfield pivot of Matteo Guendouzi and N'Golo Kante. I'm sorry, you took a lot of Chelsea players from my team, so it's only fair.
A lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, Matteo Guendouzi and N'Golo Kante, Asian Kante doing his work. An attacking trio of Hakim Ziyech. Actually, an attacking trio of Christian Pulisic, Hakim Ziyech, and Serge Gnabry, and Kai Havertz as the striker.
Again, those are two insane teams. I'm not gonna lie.
GK, I'm just going to hit this comment with you here from Games FC.
Yes, sir.
Pepe is the only superstar at Arsenal.
Otherwise, I call you mum.
No, I think the Pepe's now. I think he's the only superstar. Smith Rowe is also a superstar. So I think Pepe and Smith Rowe are the two superstars in Arsenal. And actually, funny enough, remember when you asked the two players you would take off of Man United? Those are the two players that I would take off of Arsenal.
Yeah, me too. I was going to say that maybe Lacazette, but you don't like him, do you, Del Boy?
I actually do like Lacazette. The thing about it is his contract, he's running it down. Him and his agent are playing the game, and that's fair enough.
The game in the Premier League now.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, you know, and unfortunately for us and for clubs, it's the players' market. And I just think that if you're a captain, like, and I'm sure Darren and Jez will elaborate on this, is like Ray Parler, for example, when he was given a contract, he was just there, yeah, just whatever. He didn't want to hear figures. Just give me the piece of paper, I'm going to sign it. I'm sure Jez and Darren will agree with me there. They didn't care how much money they were getting paid or whatever. I'm paying for Arsenal. And I'm sure those Man United players the exact same way as well. But football, unfortunately, now is going the way of there's no player. Like, we look at Emile Smith Rowe, Saka, two prime examples of footballers who come up through the academy. They love Arsenal. They're kissing badgers. Arsenal's the best club in the world. Barcelona come in, Man City come in, Bayern Munich, whoever come in, they're gone. Simple as. There's no way Arsenal will keep hold of him. There's no way. Because
So you're
at the end of the
saying,
day-
so you're saying if a Champions League club comes in for Smith Rowe, he's going.
yeah.
Do
100%.
you
Or
not think
City,
his
or
love? Do you
Liverpool,
not
or
think his love
Chelsea.
for Arsenal will supersede all of that?
Him and his
No.
agent will sort that clean. Will sort that out big time.
Because at the end of the day, he's gonna want to win. He's gonna want to win something.
And the problem with him is he's played in Germany already. So if a German club's coming in for him, he's going to know what it's all about.
Bayern's
Sancho,
done
though.
Yeah.
But he won't start for Bayern Munich, though. They have so many players better than him in his position already. Like
Well, let's not talk about Bayern
Thomas
Munich, because
Muller.
we've already talked about Bayern Munich. They're a machine. You don't touch them. You don't mess with them. They're like Transformers.
Mm.
Would they beat Burnley away, though?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I've only had 3 hours sleep last night. Oh, I feel a bit tired now.
Yeah, well, look, that's just the way I think. I just think like that the big clubs will come into these younger players and their project youth is then out the door. It's as simple as that. And it's frustrating as well. But if that's what's going to happen. Do Man United have project youth, or what's Man United sort of, what's their plan? We have project youth. What's Man United?
Well, we just beat sorry, they're getting a bit crazy upstairs. We just beat Dortmund. No, we drew, didn't we? No, we beat them. Just about. We got quite a good youth team. Bit like Arsenal right now. We have like a lot of youth players that kiss the badge, love the badge. You've got Rashford right now. He's not performing. He's all youth squad. You've got he who should not be mentioned. He was a youth squad, and let's not talk about him because he was given too much money and too much power and too much. No, he wouldn't even know how to wash his own sheets, but he would know how to treat a woman really badly. So you need. I think when it comes to youth people or youth things, you should go and send them out to, I don't know, countries like Portugal. You should send them out to countries that send them out, get them some foreign life where they're learning how to wash their own clothes, be on time, and everything else. Right now, I think when it comes to youth clubs, like youth teams, they're so mollycoddled and told to perfect the skill that they show really well, and that when it comes to that's all that they are. So they don't know how to do hard times. They don't know how to look after themselves, and they just basically listen to their mum and their agent and be a spoiled little brats. That's why I always think youth people should go to different countries and become their own person before they come back with their team and prove that they want to play for that badge. I could be wrong. I normally am. So
can I just ask you this question, mate? We'll go back to the, say, early 90s. I'm not just talking about Arsenal, but just talking about English football in general. Did players go around kissing the badge then? What was it a thing? Or, like, you know, because what I was just saying earlier on is like, you know, Ray Parler, for example, I just remember him talking about it. He just said to the guys, just give me the contract, I'll sign it. I don't need to see figures. So is that the way it was back then, or you know,
can I give my opinion on that?
Yeah, then we go to Jez.
I know you're Arsenal fans and a City fan that's fallen asleep. Awesome. Has he gone to sleep?
Yeah.
Have you ever watched the Brian Robson documentary?
No.
But basically, he was saying like he was playing for Oldham, Newcastle as well. Newcastle. So he was basically sold to like Oldham. So he had to learn. He had to learn how to. He had to learn how to look after himself. They like all these players that come back from any great player from any great team. if you ever read any ever saw any documentary, any read any book, they all had hard times ahead of them. They all knew how to learn from coming from the bottom and getting to the top. I feel like today's society, especially in the no society, that players will never be the same ever again because they don't know what hard times are. You will get that from the Nigerian players. You will get that from other countries, but you won't get that from England because the no society is there. So you're never going to get great English players again unless they learn how to come from the bottom, from the top. That's just my opinion. As I said, I'm always wrong. I am always wrong. So.
So, Jez, what do you reckon?
I disagree, Vicky. I disagree. A lot of these players grew up in estates. So
and then they're given money, and then they're given like loads of stability, and then they think, oh wow, I didn't have to try very hard, and then they don't.
No, look, if I was an aspiring footballer, no matter how much money I'm paid, I will never think I've made it to the top until I've actually made it to the top.
Well, until you know a player like that, tell me when you know a youth player like that today, then you can tell me differently. Rashford came from nothing, and yet he's a great person. He's got great ability, but he never, when it came to being a football player, ever learned how to go from the bottom to the top because he didn't go anywhere else other than the youth squad, really. So he never ever got to go, well, I played in Division 2, Division 1, so I never knew how hard it was. He never went on loan. So that's why I
Wake up, GK.
Boom.
What time is it for him?
About 6 o'clock. Jesus Christ. Jez, I want to get back to you, mate. So, what I was saying is, about parlour, the whole thing, just what do you reckon?
Of what?
Just the badge. Remember Ray Parlour, was sort of saying, look, he just wanted to sign us, but now, back in the day, early 90s, 80s, did they kiss the badge? Did it mean something to them back then?
Oh, yeah, it was a different era, man. These people, Parlour, Merson, those sort of that ilk, they grew up with the club. Basically, they loved the club. Even though they may not have come through the academy, we didn't really have an academy then, but it was a different philosophy. When you signed for Arsenal,
not the Arteta philosophy,
or when you signed for Man United, or when you signed for Liverpool, you signed for the club. You didn't sign to think of, oh yeah, well, when can I buy my first Ferrari? Oh, how much am I going to get a week? Because those guys, when they signed, were only fuck all. Yeah, I remember a press photograph of Ray Parlour, right, getting a company car, and it was a Ford Escort 1.6L. Now, if you don't know what a Ford Escort was, especially a 1.6L.
I had a Ford Escort 1.6L. It was bright red, and it was an effort.
But they weren't driving around in Lamborghinis and Bentleys and bloody Ferraris like they are now. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. Yeah. If you're a young player at Arsenal now on 50 grand a week, in 6 months you can buy yourself a fucking Lamborghini. Yeah.
Well, that's the whole thing with Man United at the moment. They don't turn up on the pitch, but they all turn up at training with their Rolls Royces and their things and that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry. That is where football has gone totally wrong because players no longer give a shit about the club. They don't give a shit about the badge. They don't give a shit about the fans. All they're in there is for a massive paycheck. And that is where
society's gone soft. Society's gone soft. I heard earlier people going, hurt my feelings. This saying has crept in to our society now, whereas in their days, Jez is talking about with Parler and Adams, Merson, hurt feelings. I don't think them guys really give much thought to whether someone's feelings get hurt or not.
No, but that, you know, do you remember when Adams got done for drink driving? He wasn't driving a fucking Ferrari, mate. He's driving a Ford Sierra.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And nowadays, there is no love for the club. And this has all come about, and you'll probably agree with me, Darren, is when Sky Sports got involved with football, the whole philosophy changed. It was money, 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 money. And
there was always a bit of money knocking about before Sky got involved. And before Sky got involved, that's when football people were in charge of the clubs. They were entrepreneurs, but they had the love of the club in their hearts, right? And then I think the sea change was when Sky come in, and I'm sorry to mention this, Nippon, but your man who's just getting kicked out, RA, he was the first billionaire to come in and basically go and spend shitloads of money on players like Damien Duff. Who was the other geezers people they bought? No, a bit before Drogba. Wright Phillips, they got good players, but he was spending 40 million to buy them, paying way over the odds and whacking out big wages. But and what happened? Slowly, everybody copied Abramovich.
I'm not. I think Man United have done a couple of big signings before that, but you are right. I do remember when the minute Jose Mourinho came in and Sky Sports was like kicking up a notch. That is when you saw, and I always feel like a poisonous fan here because that's when Man United start getting competition other than Arsenal. But that's when I always think, you know what, that's when the game changed, was when
David Dean come out and said they're parking tanks on our lawn. They're parking their tanks on our lawn.
But now you've got Amazon Prime, you've got BT Sports, who have, like, I don't know who's got the foulest bloody commentators anymore. It is definitely between BT Sports and Sky, though.
I used to like Andy Gray.
Yeah.
But then Andy Gray did what he did, so he can't be doing it.
Yeah. Well, that was silly, wasn't it?
Even what you're saying there, guys, is like, let's say for a foreign fan, like that, like, I have to book flights, I have to book hotels, I have to do all that sort of, like, organise my time and stuff like that. And like, let's say I'm going over for the Brighton game. That's my plan. But, you know, Sky could change it like that. You know, so mine's got a whole experience of going over and booking flights and stuff like that. But let's say at the minute it's a Saturday at 3 o'clock. But that could change to a Monday. And I've everything organised and that's me out the window. You know, it's just like VAR. You know? Just sort of on that topic, Darren, is VAR working for you?
Sorry, say that again.
Is VAR working for you?
Oh, I can't quite hear my
your mic's very quiet, man.
I'm just throwing it up there. I was just saying, is VAR working for you guys?
Is VAR working for me? No, definitely not. Yeah, I knew this was going to happen, right? You've got a referee, he might not see everything on the pitch, whatever angle he's at, fine, bring a camera in. But then, think before we brought VAR in, right? You'd see something at the same angle, you'd be sitting in a pub, there's 3 other people. You'd all see it at the same angle. I'd say, that's a penalty. The bloke next to me would say, no, it's not. And the other person would go, oh, I'm not sure. So why did we ever bring VAR in? It's never going to work for me.
Nippin, do you need to go because you look like you're falling asleep?
I'm gonna try and stay awake.
Well, why don't you just like save yourself and have a little nap on the bus? I'll see you on Sunday.
I'll be fine. Oh, nice,
Jez,
nice.
Can you hear me, mate?
Say goodbye.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine, honestly.
I'm considering if I should
think
go.
I think it's just the crap I had.
Do you know what? When you're feeling that tired on a hot bus, maybe it's time to say goodbye.
It's not a hot bus. It's not a hot bus.
You've had a lasagna flavoured crepe, have you?
Yeah, that crap is making me a bit drowsy. But I'm going to manage.
Hertfordshire. I'm not driving him home.
I'm in Hounslow.
Okay. Joe, can you hear me?
That's a live update of where I am right now.
Can anyone hear me? Hello?
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 Can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Just about. You sound a bit muffled.
Don't know what's after happening.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, just about. You're a bit muffled.
I don't know what's going on. It must be the Irish weather. But for you, Jez, I just want to bring into the top four race. Okay, the top four race. Who is the biggest threat to Arsenal for the top four race? Is it Man United, Spurs, West Ham?
Speak. It's Man United. If it's not Man United, it's Wolves.
Okay. The biggest threat at the moment is we have to beat Liverpool, Chelsea, right?
Man United on the 23rd.
Hang on. I'm basing an argument, Vicky.
Okay, so
we have to beat Liverpool, Chelsea to cement a basis. The threat, our biggest threat, is Man United. Man United have the ability to turn us over, and that is a big problem because our record against Chelsea away is not great. All right, we won there last year.
Your record at the cement away isn't great either.
We have Liverpool at home. Well, we know what we're like against Liverpool. We proved it.
Liverpool will slap you.
Nippon,
just hold on one second.
Let me fucking finish.
Yeah, Nippon, can you just go and just like listen to him and then go like the channel? Go like this stream now. Go, just do that.
If you're going to ask a question, don't keep jumping in, right? Because at the end of the day, we're here to have a debate. And if people jumping in, you can't have a debate. So at the end of the day, our biggest challenge to top four is A, to get the place.
Okay.
Chelsea and Liverpool and Tottenham away. And then we have to look at Man United. Now, Man United always have this fantastic ability to come in and fuck us up the arse. So let's get it right. I'm not convinced at this point in time of top four. And if we get top four, what are we going to do? All right, we're getting Champions League with this bunch of wankers we got as a team and a shit manager.
To be fair, it wouldn't help you to get four.
No.
It might help my team though. But Do they deserve it? I would honestly say we don't deserve top 4. We don't.
It's not the argument I'm looking for. I don't really give a shit about Man United, to be fair. What I give a shit about is Arsenal and the fact.
But if you guys got top 4, do you believe then they'll sign Arteta for another 3 years?
Yeah.
And do you think that's beneficial?
No.
Right. So you're like in a catch-22, aren't you?
Huh?
You're in like a catch-22.
Yeah. I don't like the guy. He's a prick. Didn't want him. He's a fucking shit Arsenal average.
I'm sure he's a very nice man. But you don't like him.
Vicky, I don't care if he's a very nice man. I don't want a nice man as Arsenal manager.
That's fair. But you can't call.
I'm sure Ollie was a nice man.
He is a nice man. He's the nicest man you'll probably ever come across. But was he a good manager? Yeah, but was he trying to be everybody's friend? You said you wanted to debate. I'm giving you a debate. But I don't like it when people call people pricks when they're actually...
Vicky, I'll ask you this question.
Mm-hmm.
If you got appointed Manchester United manager tomorrow, what would you do?
What, if Arteta was Man United manager tomorrow?
No, if you were appointed Manchester United manager tomorrow, what would you do?
1, I'd have to sit on the loo for a very long time. 2, I'd probably realise what kind of resignation speech I would have. But I would have loads of ideas, don't get me wrong. But there's no way that my dream would ever be to think about being a manager. So I would never put myself in that train of thought. But we could all be armchair like managers. I'm just not that way inclined. But all I'll say is like when people call people pricks, just it's fine. But when I don't appreciate is when somebody's judged a character, even though like Arteta's probably a great bloke, but he might be a prick of a manager, but he's not a prick of a person.
No, but the thing is, right, is a lot of Arsenal fans are very upset because Arteta had a connection with the club. He played for the club. He won an FA Cup with us. He took that job. No, let me finish. He took that job knowing he weren't good enough and he didn't have the credentials, the training. He's an apprentice. He should be sitting in front of Alan Sugar every Wednesday night. Yeah, he was never match fit to take the Arsenal job, and that's why a lot of Arsenal fans do not like Arteta. If he really loved the club, he should never have took the job in the first place.
But same with Odegaard and Solskjaer.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Same with Odegaard and Solskjaer, yeah.
But, you know, there would be always that fan favourite things, but it never made nobody ever called Odegaard and Solskjaer a prick.
I bet they did.
Well, I bet they didn't as a person, though. If you're a fan of your club, you're a fan of your club. I get that. But don't ever, like, I don't like it when people, I guess because I'm a bit like, I have 2 autistic children. I just don't like it when people, like, fixate words on that way. Okay, that's all. Yeah, he should not be manager of Arsenal. There is nothing like the same thing with Ollie. Even though Ollie is doing the exact same thing as Rangnick, and everybody keeps on doing a comparison, and oh, look where you were with Ollie and look where we are now. Rangnick's changing the format much quicker than Ollie ever would do. But yeah, people will still hold a torch, but people will still do that when Arteta leaves. People will still be doing that.
But Vicky, I just want to sort of come in on that thing there. Like, it's not just Arsenal fans, because I've seen it myself when United were in the shit, let's say, when Ole was manager. And I personally myself, I don't believe in calling anyone, pricks and whatever. That's grand. I don't know them. I can't judge them. They don't know me. They can't judge me. And that's where I look at them. But I did see Man United fans on Twitter and everything like that calling Ole.
They did the whole Ollie thing. And they did all the protests where about 10 of them went to, and 2 of them went into the mega store and bought loads of shirts. So.
I'm not. I'm just sort of saying what I mean. I just want to finish what I'm saying. That like these people, and it just sort of comes out. I'll explain all in a second. Like, there was people say, "Oh, you're fucking wanker, bollocks," and whatever they're calling them. And then the same people, only last week was it Ole's birthday or something like that, and the same people are, "Oh, happy birthday, Ole! Ole, what a legend of the club." Like, people get they're dickheads to me. You know what I mean? Like, don't go and play one tune to a situation and then turn your back and just go, "Oh, club legend, what a hero he was." But hold
That's
on, last
annoying.
week you were fucking saying he was a fucking prick.
That's
You know what I
annoying.
mean?
That is annoying. But the one thing I will say about Arteta, I completely agree. Him and Ollie should never have been managers. Ollie actually did much better than Arteta. You know, I'm not even going to go like, he got us to a final that he absolutely failed in with the choices that he made. And he did get a second in the league, but I think like Liverpool had a lot to play with, a lot of COVID and stuff like that. The one thing I will say is just like, there's a lot of non-player driven attitude, as well as when it comes to having a really bad manager. We've had that with Ollie. We're now moving on. You still need to be moving on from Arteta, but nothing's happening. I will just say, if you guys get fourth, I'd be really worried. Like, as an Arsenal supporter, I would be really worried.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I'd like to apologize to Jez first for interrupting him. Sometimes I actually can't help it.
That's okay. That's okay, Nippon.
So for that, I apologize.
Darling, it's fine. He knows now. He knows you've got autism. It's fine.
What do you think of that? What do you think of that there, Nippon? To be fair, none of the teams in the top four race are played like fourth-place teams, so you never know. Although knowing Arsenal, we'll probably bottle it.
You know who I think the biggest threat to Arsenal will be for their top four challenge? Arsenal themselves.
Yeah. Good point.
For me, they are their own worst enemy.
They do it every year.
Yeah, do you know why? Do you know a good example of why that is? Because it's happened last season and the season before, and every time I see it, I cringe. Whenever we have a big result, like away at Old Trafford or in the Europa League, we knocked a few big teams out, they all start taking pictures of the dressing room like they've done something, like won a Champions League or a league title.
Darren, it was the same when I mean, I loved the way they celebrated. It's the same thing when Man United did it in the 93rd minute. We finally scored a goal. 0-0, absolutely boring, absolutely shocking moments. And then we scored in the 93rd minute, and it was almost like we won a bloody cup league. We'd done nothing.
Nah, done nothing. If Roy Keane would have been captain of your side, he'd have just said, "Come on, right off the pitch. That was a crap performance.
Oh yeah.
Right, put it behind us now. Move on to next week. No celebration."
The problem is, just I don't think there are Roy Keanes in the world. I don't think there's Patrick Vieira's. I don't think there's actually Terry Henry's. I honestly don't think, as much as I hated him, Jack Wilshere's in the world. I don't even think there's anything resembling like that. There's no Rios in the world. There's no Vidic in the world in the game of football. And if they are, they're in the Champions League, where the football is actually interesting. You know,
or the Championship.
Not the Champions League, but the Championship. Yeah.
Championship. Yeah.
And I just bring Jez in here. It will help Arsenal big time to get to the top four because they will have the chance to bring in top players. Can you?
All of Arsenal is like concerned with is getting like a top striker, aren't you?
But when we give to attract more top players.
But that's all like where your money is, like as far as I know from an outsider, is that your biggest concern is getting in the top striker, and that's it. That's where the money's going to come in from.
I think we need more than just a striker.
Well, Man United do, but we're just apparently talking about centre midfields. I'm sorry, Jez, am I annoying you? Jez?
Yeah.
Is it Jez?
You walk away on that question, Jez.
Xhaka needs to go, so we need him to be replaced.
Xhaka is a. You know what I'm going to say? He is a prick.
Jez, can you hear me, mate?
2.
Right?
Yeah, I'm just saying, what games I've seen here is it will help Arsenal big time to get in the top four because they'll have the chance to bring in top players. Would you agree with that?
No. How? Tell me how. Tell me how, because let's get it right. Top 4, shit manager who nobody respects. He's got a proven track record for pissing players off. We've got the likes of Man City, Man United, Chelsea, all need strikers, Barcelona, Real Madrid, Juventus, Bayern Munich and PSG, who are all going to be up for the top boys in Europe. Right. So, how do we compete? We offer them either stupid money, like we did for the other players, like Ozil, and eventually we did for Aubameyang, who Arteta pissed off, and we had to pay him to leave, £7 million. Yeah. So, why getting in the top 4, getting into a Champions League position is going to attract players to Arsenal? It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Because all you're going to get is £4 million for qualifying. Right? So we couldn't even buy Guendouzi for that. What we sold him for? We sold him for 8 million. So we get 4 million. Yeah? And we're up against the big boys now. We're up against the guys that want to rape us every fucking week. And this is the question about the Super League, European Super League. Why the fuck would we want to go in that?
No.
Play in Barcelona 4 times a year, Real Madrid 4 times a year, Bayern Munich, PSG, Juventus. Do I have to go on?
Can I ask you a question, Jez?
Go
on. Yeah. Do you think if you finish in the Champions League, do you think you get out of the group?
No.
Third or stone dead lost?
Well, let's get it right. Finishing 4th, entering the Champions League, you go in unseeded. Right?
Yep.
So we could end up in a group. Now we can't go in a group with another English team in the group stages, but you could end up in a group, yeah, with say Barcelona and let's say Bayern Munich and Atletico Madrid.
Toast.
Do you think Arsenal have the capability? Do you think Arsenal have the capability to beat those 2 teams and qualify? I don't.
No.
We'll be shipping goals at home for fun.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine Ben White against Robin Levin?
So what's the fucking point then?
Well,
so what's the point?
even when we had a good team, we were getting put 3 goals at home past us against the Monacos.
Can you imagine Ben White versus Robin Lewandowski?
So what is the fucking point then? What is the point in going into the Champions League with this squad, this manager, the arrogant prick he is, and getting ourselves embarrassed? What is the point? Why do people think it is so important to end up 4th to get in Champions League? Right, you get 4 million for qualifying, yeah? You get TV right money, and when you get kicked out, you end up in the Europa League. Well, we've proven ourselves in the Europa League. We had a decent manager that got us to a final. And we got our asses kicked by Chelsea. So, we had another manager. Oh, Arteta. got us kicked out to Olympiacos. Quality. Oh, Arteta again. Got us kicked out. Villarreal. Emery. Our ex-manager. A manager who I wanted to keep because he had far more bollocks about him than this prick has. So let's not fucking hype it up, people. Yeah? So stop fucking about and wanking yourselves off in your little bedrooms, thinking everything's good with Arteta and Arsenal. Yeah? Because he's got drip. He's great. He's got, he's the best looking fucking manager in, Arsenal history. Yeah? Get a life and fuck off down the lane where you belong and leave the real ones who support Arsenal alone. And I'm saying that straight to your fucking faces. Unfortunately, none of those little persons are watching this. Now, on Lee's channel, we get loads of them. And we get loads of Kenny and I get hate all the time. And I fucking love it. Because a few weeks ago, I had a little prick who actually wanted to offer me out. And he said, I'll meet you at the Tollington. I said, you're all right, mate. I'll meet you at the fucking Tollington. Yeah, I'll meet you there.
For real?
I've been fucking drinking there for 40 years. Oh, I'll bring some friends. I said, good. Bring some fucking friends with your son. And you can meet the NBA and the Gooner Elite, who I still fucking drink with. Yeah? There's 35 of us getting there on match day. And I said, what do you look like and where do you want to meet? I'll meet you at fucking Arsenal Station tonight. And he went, oh, I don't go to Arsenal Station. I come by bus. I said, fair enough. Get off the 143. Yeah? Get off the 143 at Arsenal and I'll fucking meet you. I'll take you down to Tollington and we'll have a little chat. And he was like, well, no, I can't go. I can't drink. I'm only 16. I thought, you absolute fucking see you next Tuesday.
This guy sounds like I don't want to get cancelled. Is this an over 18? All the kids are asleep.
I'm sorry, mate.
Don't say the C word. I don't like it.
Mate, I've been there.
I'm not going to use the C word.
I've been there and I've fucking done it too many years. I've been in too many fucking scraps. Yeah? Back in the day when I was in the fucking NBA, I went to all the away shit. Yeah? Scraps at the fucking Blue Ball Services on the M1 against Stoke, the fucking Man United, Man City, the fucking all that crew. I've been there and fucking done it. I've got a scar here, mate. 16 fucking stitches. Boxing, Christmas Eve, 1978. Brick in the face from Tottenham. Yeah? So all these little cunts that want to call me out, yeah? Don't fucking come and play with me. Because I'll fucking come and play with you all fucking day long. Darren's been there. He's a real one. He's fucking been there in the hard days. He's been Millwall, yeah? Walked down that fucking, down the deal. And probably had it. Yeah? I've been all in. Had the fucking shit kicked out of me.
I went to Millwall.
Walked down the wrong fucking street, 6 of us, and we had the shit kicked out of us. Broke 4 ribs. Yeah? So don't all these little pricks sit here and try and talk to me. I've been in scraps, mate. Yeah?
Well done.
Right.
Can we change the subject from the fight club?
Chelsea fucking headhunters. Yeah? I'm up with them. So don't all these little pricks try and tell me about Arsenal because you don't know fuck all.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Darren, I'm just going to hit you with this question here, mate. Should Arsenal blame the manager or the owners for hiring him?
Sorry about that.
Bit of a chicken.
Sorry about that.
Bit of a chicken and the egg question, that one, isn't it? Should Arsenal blame the manager or the owners for hiring him? Well, I blame the manager because he should have known that he did not have the credentials to do this job. He should never have applied. He should never have gone for the interview. He should never have took the wage. He should never have turned up on the first day of work. So I blame the manager, really, because he's wasted 2 or 3 years of our Arsenal supporting lives already because he's not suitable to do the job. And the owners, I don't think you can blame as much because, of course, they don't know anything about Arsenal's history, really. They don't know who they should be hiring because they're not football people.
Darren,
How
can I
many
just say,
times are we going to go around that subject of like the top ends do not know about football? They don't know what they're doing, and then they see, I don't know, someone who used to play very well, so they go, oh, they chuck him and throw him under the bus, basically.
they only do that because it's a cheaper option. So, like, if
Well, it brings in merchandise. Let's not lie. Brings in merchandise. When are we going to...
100% right. You're 100% right. But I disagree with Darren what he's saying. What like if Arsenal came to you and said we're going to offer you an 8.3 million contract for 3 years, are you going to say no?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, say no.
Why no? You wouldn't say no. They're giving you.
No, I would do. I'd say no because I love the club that I've supported since I've been 11, 12, 13, right? And I think there's no way I want to do that job when I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not qualified for it. I'm not.
Would you go? Oh, I'll be assistant
Chelsea
coach.
FC.
Would you go? Oh, I'll be assistant coach.
Probably not. No.
Really?
Yeah.
You wouldn't say, oh,
I know I wouldn't do that job. Wouldn't do the job. Well, what?
What? Well, you wouldn't gain the
If I want to do any job, I want to do it properly. I want to do it to the best of my ability. I want to.
So you'd work your way down and build yourself up.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. And perhaps that's what Mikel should have done.
So sometimes you feel like you should be looking at lower leagues, or are we always going to look at foreign managers? Are we always looking at foreign managers these days? Are we?
Yeah, I think we are, aren't we, now?
We are. And I don't understand it because there are some great English managers doing a hell of a lot in lower leagues.
Who's that? Oh, in lower leagues?
Yeah.
Yeah. One or two. Potter being one.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Steve Bruce belongs in the Championship and nowhere above.
Well, you know.
Well, see, the thing with managers, it's like, remember when England had Capello, the Italian manager, and then Ireland had Trapattoni at the time. And I remember then, I think, I don't know, if someone else had some other Italian manager. And it was all like, there was an advert in Ireland, and there was three managers in it, the Italian job or something like that. And you're just there looking at it going, how fucking where they're from? I don't give a fuck. Like, why would I care where the manager's from? Like, you know what I mean? But it was a good publicity stunt. So the FA, the FAI, and whoever else, I can't remember off the top of my head where the other Italian manager was from. But it was fashionable. It's fashionable to have these people. We went into, let's say, about 2 years ago. You had Ole, you had Arteta, you had Lampard. It's fashionable to have the ex-players because the ex-players know everything about the club. It's fashionable. You know, we're still with this fucking fashionable. You know what I mean? At the minute, Arsenal are wearing fucking flares. That was back in the 70s, yeah? We need to fucking change our fucking outfit. You know what I mean? All other teams are moving on, but we're still wearing fucking flares. Jez, you still have flares?
Farrers.
If you do, put them on.
Mate, seriously? If I had my way, mate, let me just turn this around a bit. If I was Arsenal manager, I love the Arsenal manager. I'll tell you what, there'll be some big differences within 1 month. Half the fucking shit we got at Arsenal don't deserve to be here. They don't. We've got the biggest bunch of crocs and rubbish that Arteta has bought. Let's put one player into context, yeah? We had him on loan from Real Madrid. Never played one full game for Real Madrid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Odegaard. Had him on loan. And we bought him. What the hell does that say to you? What kind of structure of a football team? Chelsea wouldn't have done that.
So,
Man United wouldn't have done that.
no.
Chelsea get players on loan. They have a look at them. They assess them and think, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll have him on loan for a season. Let's see what he's got. And then they see he's a pile of shit and they say, well, thanks, mate, but see you later.
Jez, can I ask you a question?
Carry on.
And Darren, what players do you see that you've put on loan that you would go and put in when would you have them come up? Who do you see as like one of the best players that you guys have got on loan that want to come up? Because for me, Man United, I'd put James Gardner. I'd bring him up. So what football players do you have on loan that you would technically think, well, I would rather have them up than down, you know?
What, in our first team squad?
Yeah.
I don't think there is anyone at the minute.
I'd have Saliba back from loan.
Oh, yeah. Right, yeah, Saliba, yeah.
I mean, let's Vicky, let's put this in context. We spent shed load of money. What was it 24 million?
27 mil.
Not my 100 million, but go on.
And he's played 45 minutes for Arsenal in a pre-season friendly against Milton Keynes Dons.
And he played well in that game as well.
I thought he's quality.
He played well.
He's now out of Marseille, banging it. He's actually playing out of his skin. So, Arteta, what are you looking at now? I know this is before the COVID shit and all that, and Arsenal had to get rid of all their age scouts and all this stuff and whatever. Surely, Arteta must be getting videos or reports on Saliba. And he must have been getting reports and videos.
Can you guys stop wrestling for a minute?
So
sorry, was that not on mute?
That's all right. But the whole philosophy. I'll bring you on this. Bring you, Darren, in on this, because the whole philosophy of the Arsenal backup scouting structure is so crap. Whereas upon Chelsea, I think, has the best scouting and backup structure in English football. In my belief. That's my belief.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you there, Jez. I mean, the first player that sprung to mind was Balogun, and there's a lot of hype around him, and I ain't really seen at the moment what all the fuss is about with Balogun. No. I mean, he might prove me wrong, but I don't see it. I don't see all the fuss.
Do you guys get to see quite a lot of the youth team?
No.
Because unless you does Arsenal have its own TV channel? Does it?
Not that I know.
We used to have something with Tom Watt. Remember Tom Watt from EastEnders? When we were in the early 2000s, he used to do a TV show, Arsenal TV, I think it was. He'd done a bit of a phone in and that, but
sorry.
Yeah.
Lofty.
Sorry.
Lofty.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Remember
Lofty.
That? Yeah.
He used to say milk and 2 sugars at the break with his cups of tea. Yeah.
Stop watching EastEnders since I'm getting divorced. Thank God.
I ain't watched EastEnders in 25 years. No.
I still watching EastEnders after I got stuck again called Stacey Slater all the time.
I gave up with EastEnders when old, what was his bleeding name? The landlord died 3 times.
Den
Dean Watts.
Yeah, Dirty Dean. He must have died 3 times, didn't he?
He died twice.
Yeah,
He kept coming back.
kept coming back.
Yeah, my wife used to love it. She don't watch. I won't let her watch it no more.
That's very new age of you.
Nah, rubbish. Absolute rubbish.
So sorry, what do you think about Jez?
Huh? Can't. You're difficult here, man.
You are a bit muffled tonight. I don't know if it's because you're nervous or anything.
Probably is. I don't know.
No idea.
There was just a question back here. I'm just going to throw out to there, and I'll give it to you, Darren.
Yeah.
Should Arsenal blame the manager or the owners? Isn't it for hiring him?
No, I think it was nothing.
To be honest, why he's doing that, Jez and Darren, I found it absolute pleasure to get to know you tonight and understand on how you get Arsenal. Because I'm obviously not an Arsenal fan, I've found it an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, always good to interact. Very good.
Pleasure. I'll tell you what, Vicky, you look. I'm just trying to think the name of the film. It's a carry-on film.
Great.
No, I'm not being nasty. No, I'm not being nasty at all. There's a lady in it. It's the horror one. And you look just like...
Oh, a horror one! We're getting really nice, aren't we?
No, it's the lady who's got all her hair like that. I can't
like Cleopatra sort of thing. Oh, don't say Carry On Egypt or something.
No, the lady's got the hair just like you, and I can't think the name of it. It's something. The classic saying in the film is
I'm not about to pin my bra if that's what you're saying.
I can't think the name of the film.
This is the question I wanted to say to you. People say it took Klopp a while, but by the time Klopp had got 5 windows, they went to finish 4th and got the Champions League final, having signed Salah, Vidic. Next season, they won the Champions League. What do Arsenal need to do to get to Liverpool's level? Is it let's say, sell Saka for 150 million? Is it, and sign the right players?
Well, I think have some bottle in the transfer market. None of this skimping and scraping, penny pinching on wages. None of this cutting down fees with transfers. When a club wants to rob us for a 20 million, get robbed. Pay the 20 million over the odds and get the player in. Because there's been too much for too long, right? Where we've gone, do you know what? No, we think that bloke's overpriced for about 10 million. We're pulling out. Well, guess what happens when then you pull out? You don't get the player, and then you're short, and then you don't come up to you're not challenging. So that's so that strategy definitely needs to come in. Now, Arteta's not going to do that. Edo's not going to do that. And I don't even think Kroenke's going to do it because, let's be honest, Kroenke is a clever man, Josh and Stan. They're putting some money in, but not quite enough. So we get seconds, thirds, hand-me-down players that are just people like Willian, that are just gone, finished, dead, and washed out. So how much money do we need? I would imagine 200-300 million because we need a striker. We need someone to replace Xhaka. I think we probably need another centre back.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Is Xhaka gone then? Do you not think?
Yeah. I think that's been doing the rounds for about 5 seasons now, isn't it? Xhaka not being fit to wear the shirt,
Same thing with Popper though.
Sorry, was that?
Same thing with Pogba with Man United, though. So much drama. Unnecessary drama.
Yeah. But Pogba gets benched a lot of the time, doesn't he? Don't even start some of the games. Xhaka always makes the first team.
Yeah, but there are some players with Man United that should be benched, but start. The whole thing with Pogba, I think, if he turns up at training, then he performs on the pitch. I mean, we've had players before that just didn't even perform in training, but they always were first team because they performed on the pitch.
That's not such a bad thing.
Yeah, I know. And they soon left, and one of them went to Man City. So let's not go there. But I just don't know. I feel like sometimes when we talk about football these days, we're constantly comparing old school to new school because we all want the old school, because we keep on bringing too many foreigners, players, and I don't mean anything by them, because they've all been trained the way they have. And it's just not meeting our love of expectation of football anymore.
Well, Vicky, I just think with that, I don't know if any of you, if anyone has watched the Neymar documentary. Has anyone actually seen that?
The Neymar?
Yeah.
No, I haven't yet. Did you watch the Rooney one, though?
No, but I will. But I just want to make a point with this, the Neymar thing.
Do you want to watch it with me?
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do a live stream or something to it. But Neymar documentary, his dad's a fucking prick, and it's as simple as that. And I'm using Jez's fucking saying because he's a fucking dickhead. Because Neymar, when he was younger, when he was 16, 17, 18, he was the hottest prospect in the world. Right? He was brilliant, blah blah blah. And long story short, his dad is still using him to this day as a brand. He sort of like, I run the company. You're like, as in Neymar is the company.
Cowboy darling, you really need a different mic tonight.
Yeah.
But
I'm getting Neymar a lot.
But I will say I've been like, the last 2 years been reading some really good autobiographies. And most of like the autobiographies, I haven't actually read many Arsenal autobiographies. I apologise. But listening to Man United ones, they all come from rough areas, and the best players came from rough areas. They all had to like learn things, you know. Like Thierry Henry, he wasn't like handed his life. He worked very hard for his life, you know. What players do you know these days that say they really come like, okay, they come from rough areas, but once they've been like talented, spotted, and everything, they've been well looked after, you know. So I just don't see that happening in football anymore. And I don't mean to make that like the story of the night or anything. But do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. But don't they all get training? Don't they all go up to, is it Lilleshall, and they all have like presentations from people that have done it all wrong and gone off the rails and all this?
Yeah, but then they still not look after themselves. I mean, don't look at my background as too much, but because I'm no one special. I had to, from the age of 11, I had to look after me and my twin sister. We had to look after ourselves. It doesn't make me it makes me more of a grounded person. But that's the thing that I feel like when you're looking at football players today, are they grounded? Are they really grounded?
No.
No, they can't be, can they? Because as you say, they've got all the money.
And I think that's where you're missing a quality aspect in a player. You have to be grounded.
Well, let's look at that. I forget his name. Is it Rashford
Greenwood?
Mason Greenwood. Yeah.
Can we just say he cannot be mentioned? Because
case in point, young guy, loads of money, thinks he can kick the shit out of his girlfriend on occasions. Yeah. I think that's acceptable. And think that's acceptable. Yeah. unfortunately, football generates too much money for young people. They can't handle that fact because they don't know how to handle it. If they've come from a background of abuse themselves, and I'm not saying he has, but he may see it as acceptable to beat the shit out of his girlfriend and do whatever he's done to her, yeah? That, unfortunately, is too common now in football. We've seen it with an iconic footballer, Man United, Giggs. Yeah? Ryan Giggs, currently under investigation for beating the shit out of 2 women.
Well, so basically, are we looking at that as one of the main foundations of youth today is not being grounded?
Exactly.
Not, and that is very, very easily organised. It is just very easily organised. Now, I'm not going to go back into my history so much, but grew up in care, absolutely fine, no big deal, right? When you become 18, you're told to go and live in independent living. But I was already doing that anyway from 16. But you had to look after yourself. Why are they not doing that for a youth team, people? You've left your home. Brian Robson did it. Any old school player did it. They were left out on their own. They had to look after themselves. It made them very grounded. It made them very responsible with money and responsible with the attitude towards people, right? And how are they not saying, well, that's part of the program. If you're going to be a youth player, that's part of the program. Rather than say, oh, we'll got your washing. They're not even going to the first team and like polishing their boots anymore. They're not doing that sort of thing, you know. When you're talking about Man United 1992 squad, they say, oh, we had to like scrub their boots and stuff. They don't do that anymore. They've got someone else doing it for them. That's an issue for me.
True. Very true.
I 100% agree with that. 100%. Because, like, when growing up, like, where I'm from in Ireland, okay? I'm from the west of Ireland. And Dublin was always, say, 5 years ahead of us. So when I was growing up, the teacher used to kick the shit out of me. So if I didn't have my homework done, the teacher actually kicked the shit out of me. And that's grand. And the way, like, I brought up, if I didn't do something, it's punishment, let's say. Now, it's the wrong way. You never should touch a child. I've never, ever done what my teachers done to me on any of my kids. Never have, never will. But just going back to the football sort of stuff, you're being taught it's okay to disrespect the manager, disrespect the captain. Like that's what these players nowadays are, because they're millionaires once they sign a contract to say, I'm a professional footballer, I'm now a millionaire. So next thing, we say a captain comes along and just goes, scrub my boot. What's that young fella going to say to him? Don't tell him to fuck off. You know what I mean? It's as simple as that. So, what you were saying, Vicky, is like, yeah, go down there and scrub my boots. That should be part of the contract, I think. Something like that. It's just you're a millionaire, but to make the first team, you have to downgrade to, know where you're coming from. But football, I think, should have a cap. If you're under the age of 20, the max you can earn is only this much. If you go into 24, 25, the max age is this much. Would you agree with that, Darren?
Yeah, spine points. Pay spine points. Yearly incrementals. Don't give them it all at once. Do it in over years. I mean, I don't know how football contracts work. Maybe I'm talking about something I don't really know about, but I've never seen a professional footballer's contract before, so Once they sign the contract, do they get a wage and that stays the same all the time, or does it go up every year, or every? Obviously, you get goal bonuses and win bonuses. I understand that, but perhaps it'd be better shaped that way. I don't know.
But maybe it's the same. Like my eldest, he's got the lowest wage in his job because he's 16. When he's 18, it goes up. When it's 25, it goes up even more. Why shouldn't it be that way with football? Football and wages is. Hey, Luca. Is it Luca? It's Luca. It's like completely different now. Tons of loopholes.
It's just the way life is now. You know what I mean? Okay, yeah, I just want to get moved on.
It's ridiculous, Mr. Ruffle.
Sorry, Dan. Just one more, another question for you. Before Ian Wright signed from Palace, did you want him to come? Like, was it a big deal for you?
Sorry, what was that? I got Ian Wright and Palace. What was the rest of it?
Before he signed for Arsenal,
yeah,
were you happy he came?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was quite excited about that signing, like I was a lot of Arsenal signings around that time, and over the years before. We're in this dreadful period we're in now. It was just one of them signings you thought, yeah, this bloke, he's getting a lot of goals. He's a good striker, and you had that feeling it was gonna, he was gonna do something, And straight away, all this stuff about give him time and all this, it's all a load of rubbish. If you're good enough, things happen straight away. And he come in the team, and it weren't long before he was bagging hat-tricks, braces. He was just knocking goals in, for fun. I mean, I think in his first 5 or 6 games, I think he had one at Highbury where he got a hat-trick straight away, or 4 goals. Straight away, he was at it.
I don't know if I completely agree with you with the day and age of football. I definitely feel like Sancho's built into it. But honestly, I will say that that's just a different age of football now. But normally, you just go in a football pitch, you put your boots on and you perform, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, what's the story, man?
I'm good, man. How are you guys?
We're all good. What's up to say? What's the crack? Keep well, mate.
Not much. I'm just listening to you guys. Just enjoying the stream.
I love watching you on the live stream the other day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I'm
I like Del Boy's stream, so I try to come in as much as I can. So.
Who do you support, Ravel?
Arsenal. I'm Arsenal
fan. Good man. Awesome. Yeah, we like that.
Ravel, I'll just ask you the same question I ask everyone, especially the foreign fans like yourself. Why are you supporting Arsenal? What the fuck happened in your life that you support Arsenal?
It's a long story, but hey, let me know if you can understand my accent because I'm from Antigua. I'm in the Caribbean, right? So
you speak well.
Okay. Well, I don't. It was like 2003, 2004. I used to support Manchester United, and I was like, that was my first experience of football. So Arsenal was playing against Manchester United, and I was like, okay, I kind of like this playing style. And since that, I switched from Manchester United to Arsenal because I thought Manchester United I didn't think they have any playing style. They just had players like Keane and Neville, and they just played hard. So they were just like a rough kind of playing style, and not really like a passing style of football. So I just fell in love with Arsenal roundabout. So since that, I've been an Arsenal fan.
I appreciate that winning streak. The winning streak that Arsenal had won you over, right?
Yeah, it was, yeah. Hey, but I came in. I want to ask just one question. Just one question. Okay. Okay. So, when Arsenal hired Arsene Wenger, what was your reaction? What was your exact reaction?
Well, didn't know who he was. Never heard of him. And I was listening to Capital Gold, Jonathan Pearce at the time. A lot of football on the radio was quite big then. And Jonathan Pearce, you'll probably hear, if you heard his voice, you'd know who he is if you don't know him. And he did a programme on him, and he just said, look, David Dean knows this bloke, he's brought him over, he's a knowledgeable bloke, and he sounds like he's going to do well for Arsenal. So I was a bit sort of, let's have a look, see what he's all about. And, in his first 10 years, he did a great job, didn't he? It was a shame about the last 10.
Yeah. I want to know what's Jez's reaction to Arsenal hiring Arsene Wenger back in the back then.
Sorry, was that a question for me?
No, Jez. I want to know Jez's reaction when Arsene Wenger signed for Arsenal.
What, we signed Wenger?
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't know anything about him. When he came from Rapid, whatever they're called in Japan, I thought, oh, okay.
Grand Passate.
That's it, Grand Passate. And I was like, oh, okay, here we go. This would be interesting. And then I thought, well, David Dean does know his shit, and he's obviously knows something, which or a lot of the Arsenal fans, let's be fair, didn't. And he proved us wrong. And as you just said, mate, the first 10 years, you can't argue with his philosophy. Sadly, he stayed too long. And the fact he got known as Mr. Arsenal says it all, doesn't it? He basically thought the Arsenal checkbook was his. And we started to sell players on it, which we didn't need to. And the bullshit about we're knocking down Highbury to compete with the Europe's elite. Well, we've done that, haven't we? We've really done that. Yeah, really done that. One Champions League final we lost. Yeah, so well done there, mate. Give you a big acclaim for that. And basically sold off assets, which we didn't need to sell because Arsenal got money. Arsenal have had money for years. You can go and look at the bank statements, Arsenal Football Club. Currently, I actually looked a month ago, in the reserve account, Arsenal have just under £280 million sitting there. 280 million.
Didn't you guys just want the guy from, was it TikTok or whatever it was? What's that?
Daniel Eck.
Yeah.
I'll bet you, Jez, that 280 million is a disaster relegation fund in case we start slipping down the table. They won't touch into it unless we start falling down.
Do you think that because of the first few games that you guys had at the Premier League this season, that like completely signed him off?
No, I don't think so.
Because you guys were at the bottom. No disrespect, it just was a rough start. We've all had rough starts.
If you're talking about Daniel Eck and Spotify, he ain't got the money. He ain't got the money. Look, the Cronkies are worth so much money. They're worth more money than Abramovich. With all their, Abramovich's wife. Sorry, start again. Cronky's wife owns Walmart. Yeah, biggest outlet store in America. Yeah. Okay, so they've got, like, they own so much shit in America.
I mean it. Enough of the lighting now.
They don't need.
Oops,
They
sorry.
don't need to worry about what Arsenal owns. And yeah, it's a toy. Yeah, it is a toy. They've done it with their LA Rams. You know, they can throw.
Don't get me started on. Premier League feeding American sports. I hate it.
Yes.
It's got a massive, massive loaf.
I mean, you must get frustrated with the way Man United.
10,000 10 grand a month goes into all independent things separately, other than Man United. Individually, 10 grand gets taken into American sports, and it's not just one 10 grand. It's another 10 grand. It's constantly feeding American sports. It's ridiculous. And that's just Man United people buying Man United shirts. It's Man United people going to Man United games. It's just all that sort of feeding. So it's constantly annoying. Won't buy any Manchester.
Because Man United, like Arsenal, are a global entity, and Man United generate more in shirt sales and other shit than Arsenal does because you're a bigger club.
Yeah, yes, you can. Sorry,
but that's the way modern football's gone. And the biggest thing I hate is American owners owning Premier League clubs.
And that's the problem. And that's where there should be a legislation with the government, which was apparently going to formate during COVID, but it didn't happen.
No.
It was all bullshit. Excuse my language. Sorry, I saw. But that was meant to happen during COVID, where they were going to stop caps of foreign people buying into the Premier League. But it was all just Boris talking crap, trying to why we were all isolated, trying to win us over, trying to make us all feel safe in our houses and give us empty promises. It was all empty promises, but that was happening. Never happened. And then IR35 came. Let's just stop me there.
Question for you. If you were Conte, you've owned the club now for, you'd say, what?
I don't actually want to talk about Conte because I don't really want him at Man United.
No, Conte, the Arsenal owner.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So, if you're Stan Conte, are you happy with your employees?
What did he say? I couldn't hear that. You're so muffled tonight, darling.
I'll just say it again, Darren. If you were Conte, would you be happy with your employees, the way they are running Arsenal?
Back to say.
Yeah,
that was a good answer.
Yeah, I probably would be, because as long as the money's coming in, that's my interest. I'm not, when you look at the stadium, it normally sells out. There's a few empty seats, but not enough to really cripple things. And even the gate receipts on their own are not going to touch other commercial contracts and interests they got. So other than sponsorship, perhaps, there's talk. That's why Emery got the sack. Not only the results, it was and Wenger as well. It was the people just weren't turning up to the games anymore. The empty seats were there, and of course, empty seats are going to affect the team's performance. Nobody wants to go out and play to a half-full stadium. So I would probably, if I was them. So this is what I think they're doing. They're putting money in just enough to keep it just above bang average. So you're threatening to get in the Champions League or threatening to get in the Europa League. Certainly not threatening a title. They're just putting enough in just to satisfy all the the fans that really have got no idea of what Arsenal's all about. You know, we're about challenging for titles and Champions Leagues and FA Cups and League Cups, fighting on all four fronts for 4 trophies. That's what we're about. But we're no longer like that because they know that these other fans think it's all great because we're just bimbling along.
Can I just say, like, I live just above Arsenal, just above you guys. I'm in Hertfordshire, Bulldog. It's like a 20-minute train drive, like thing to you guys. I used to have Arsenal next door, but they passed away. But she's a Leeds supporter. We actually do get on, but we shouldn't do. And then they refuse to like their rugby, and so you've got a Liverpool supporter, a Tottenham supporter. We've got Arsenal supporters that turned into Chelsea supporters, and then I know. And then you have me, who's a Man United supporter, and this household is Man United supporting. I don't get what you say. Even though I've got some Chelsea supporters here right now, and they just booed. Can you hear them booing? They're on their best behaviour because I offered them all a £5 if they just keep their mouth shut. But yeah, so there's no Arsenal supporters now on this street. They're the Premier League, or the closest thing. It's so superficial around where I live anyway. But all I'll say is that you guys lost a lot of supporters when Chelsea came back. When I was talking about who was going to buy Chelsea, if say Abramovich was going to keep Chelsea and they had to go into liquidation, and then you sort of talk about all the high-end teams that went into liquidation, where would the Premier League teams stand on format of fans? Like, I gotta admit, like Man City, Chelsea, and Liverpool, like, to a debate, they would lose a ton of fans. But I guess Arsenal and Man United, when you're Arsenal and Man United, you're Arsenal and Man United forever, bar the people across the road. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we are.
But
we're not going to be. We won't be increasing our fan base the way we're going. That's for sure.
No, but if you could liquidate every team in the Premier League, you would probably still have Man United and Arsenal pretty much level. But you wouldn't have Arsenal. No, you would have Arsenal and Man United, but you wouldn't have Liverpool or Chelsea on the par level that you would. I guess they would, because they're fickle fans. Am I wrong?
I think you're wrong, because Liverpool are normally quite die-hard supporters.
Well, okay, they are die-hard supporters, but I think they swapped over a bit. Anyway. So, okay, fine, keep Liverpool. But do you think Chelsea, if you liquidated Chelsea, do you think you'd have, like, a fan base? Do you? I get to say this because nothing's my hair.
Chelsea? Have they got a fan base?
That's what I mean.
Are you kidding?
No, that's what I mean. Do you think they actually have a fan base?
Massive.
No. Well, yeah, but as in, if you liquidated them, how many people would go, oh, I'd hold that season ticket holder? Really?
Well, I'm for certain.
Only because they've got one title.
I know at least 50 people I personally know that are Chelsea fans. And, you know, Chelsea are diehard.
Actually, the Harrises are Chelsea supporters. I think. Yeah, they are.
Well, if you're talking about let's categorise die-hard fans. There's die-hard fans that will go home and away to games if they can. There are die-hard fans that will watch every game because they can't go home and away. But there's Chelsea fans that jump on the bandwagon when Chelsea are winning. And that's the same with any bleeding clubs, let's get it right. But Chelsea have a massive fan base. You know, huge.
But we were saying this 2 years ago about Liverpool, and I don't even think that exists.
Yeah, but that's how it is.
Yeah, but they'll always have a big. I think all these clubs you're mentioning will always have a big fan base, no matter what
They'll have
happens.
a big fan base, but if you liquidate them and then you made them like strip all the wages of players, then players not exist anymore. I don't think you'd have the fans as much as you would. When I talk about Arsenal, and Liverpool and Man United, they have really strong fans. I just don't think like players like Chelsea would. You'd have lower, like middle teams like Wolves and West Ham and stuff. You've got fans for life.
I don't agree.
I just don't see Chelsea. I think Chelsea fans are the most fickle fans ever.
No, I don't agree. In the 80s, when I was going, Chelsea used to get a very good following, and so did Man City.
Why do you support Man United?
I've supported Man United since I was in the womb.
Sorry?
I've supported Man United since I was in the womb. I was born that way. My mum was taking me to Man United matches since I was born. It's just when...
Right. Where's your mum and you live?
Well, my mum's passed away, but my mum, she was adopted, but she grew up in Exeter, but she went to every single Man United match going until she couldn't.
So no real affinity to Man United then?
My mum's always like season ticket holder, always went. Forever. She was there for every single European match. She left me on her own when she went to them. So,
do you know that 85% of the Man United fan base live outside Manchester?
Yeah, but I am one of them. And I don't deny it, and I don't beat myself up about it, and I don't really care. I just support my team. I love my team, and I know about my team. So
I'm not having a go at you. I'm just saying that the facts are is
that Arsenal supporters probably got a similar fact. Arsenal supporters have fans across the world and support them and purchase them, and still would probably be like watching this live stream right now. And what's wrong with that? I mean, I know that you do YouTube channel, and I've watched a couple. But if half of them were like in a foreign country, would that be a problem because they never went to a Arsenal match? No, it wouldn't.
No, let's get it right. Let's get it right. Yeah,
you can't fill a stadium of fans every time.
Sorry?
You can't fill a stadium of fans every time, can you?
You can if you win.
Look. The only reason there are global fans today is because of the internet and advertising.
And the Premier League is the most exciting one to watch.
No, I'm talking about back in the day. I'm talking. Let's go back to the 90s. Not that far away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fans were local, or fans supported at school the top team. Now,
I love you, but you just keep talking about
fans supported fucking Liverpool because Liverpool were the best team in the land, and then it was Man United, and then it was Arsenal. You know, but where I grew up, it was Arsenal or it was Tottenham down the road because it was a community. Now,
I grew up in Cornwall. So you didn't tell me that I couldn't support Man United. So I grew up in Cornwall, so I obviously grew up like loving Man United. So what happens when you're like really rural like that you're just meant to support your local team, but you can watch
Where I grew up,
massive, fantastic
it
team
was
and love
Arsenal.
them.
Nobody supported Liverpool, fucking Man United, where I lived.
But
Down
match
the
of the
road-
day happened.
down
But
the
match
road
of the day
was Tottenham.
happened.
You know, nowadays you can have like in my little road here. I know kids. There's a little kid over there supports Man United. There's a kid over there supports Liverpool. There's another kid next door supports fucking Spurs.
And like
Yeah.
I just said to you earlier, I live on an L-shaped road, and not one of them anymore are an Arsenal supporter. And that is the closest Premier League team.
It's
Can
what
I
I'm
just
saying. The game has changed. The fact
Yeah.
the fan base is diverse now. But what I'm trying to put to you is back in the day, and I'm not going to go back like hundreds of years, but if you grew up around Arsenal, you supported Arsenal. If you grew up around Right Hart Lane, you supported Tottenham. If you grew up in southeast fucking London, you supported Chelsea or West Ham or Orient or Millwall, wherever you come from.
I mean, I'll get what you're saying.
United.
When I grew up in Cornwall, I had a season ticket holder to Plymouth Argyle, and I did go to every single Plymouth Argyle home match just to watch football. But I was still a Man United fan.
Fine.
But does that go on?
Can I just say, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Much better.
What I'm just saying is, like in Ireland, right? Okay, you support, let's say, where you're from. Now this is Gaelic games. I'm from the west of Ireland, and it's a place called Roscommon. That's who I am. That's who I support. I support Roscommon. When I was 12 years of age, I moved up to Dublin. I have a Dublin accent. That's a Dublin accent. What I have. I will never ever support Dublin. And all the Dublin people that are looking at me tonight and just go, you fucking bollocks, Bell boy. Yeah, giving it loud. But they'll understand exactly where I'm coming from because I support Roscommon. I have a Roscommon jersey. That's my team because I was born there. When I was younger, I was asked to play for Dublin. And I said no. And I could have made a few quid. I could have done all that. But I said no because my heart is where I'm from. You know, and that's just the way, let's say, the Gaelic games are in Ireland. That's just the way it is. It's nothing got to do with, I just think soccer, football, whatever you want to call it, has changed and it's all into money. I'm just trying to bring Luke in here because he's after being in the green room there. How's it going, mate? How are you?
Del boy, gonna have to go, mate.
Darren, yeah, sorry, mate.
Lovely to meet you, Darren.
Nice to meet you. See you again.
Darren, we're going to do a show, me, you, and Jez, and like we talk about the olden days, and like if you're up for it, I'll give you a shout during the week. All right.
All right,
Darren,
buddy. Thanks.
I hope you appreciate my opinions, but thank you.
Bye bye.
Pleasure.
Luca, how's it going, mate? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm all good.
Do you have any frustrations to get off your chest? Because we're getting it all off tonight.
No, just about Arsenal. Just saying about I don't know if you saw Mikel Arteta's press conference today. Anyone? But
you know what? I'll ask the two of you there, right? You're nice and cozy there. Luca, you're in the bed. Vicky, you're laid back in your chair there. You're sort of relaxed. I seen the press conference. Jez doesn't watch the press conference, and I don't blame him. All right, but there was something mentioned about coffee. Who makes the best coffee, Arsenal or Watford? And I'll park that fucking there. All right, I'll just leave that there because I just go around. If I had a shotgun, I'd just shoot whoever said that. And you know what I mean? In the politest way, I wouldn't physically shoot them, but. Luca, what did you make the press conference?
To be honest, right, I looked at it when he mentioned that, I was like thinking, fair enough, yeah, okay, coffee's great. Don't get me wrong, I like coffee, but what I will say is, you cannot talk about that in a press conference. You have to talk about the game. Talk about.
Has it got anything to do with the fact that I went to 2 coffee shops today?
Probably is, yeah.
You cannot. No, I'm being serious. You cannot do that anymore. And to be honest, like I listen to his press conferences, and I think Mikel Arteta chats a lot of crap. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what Jez thinks about it as well, but Arteta for me, you cannot talk about it. You're supposed to talk about the game against Watford, yeah, and you're supposed to talk about the top four and all that situation. So these little things, right? It's really frustrating how Arteta and all them lot are talking about.
Yeah, I totally. I mean, I didn't watch it, man. To be fair, but I can't. The guy just pisses me off. To be fair.
I don't blame you. So,
but from what I've been led to believe, some of the inane questions, like I'm led to believe questions like, "Who makes the best coffee?"
The four of us in the panel.
By the way, Costa makes the best smelling coffee.
The four of us in our panel, and
personally, I think Colombia makes the best coffee. You know,
exactly.
Personally, but I don't want to fucking hear about coffee, man. I want to hear about who's playing on Sunday, what's the state of the squad, and what you're going to do, man. So all this bullshit, you know, I'll tell you, I'm getting so fed up with all this crap. I really am, you know. It just pisses me off. It really does.
Are you not forming to the Arteta way of thinking?
Me?
Yeah.
I fucking hate the bastards.
You can said it on my old channel, mate. I mean, like when I used to have an old channel, Mikel Arteta for me, I've always never wanted this manager in the first place. And I said this on my old channel, on my current channel. I've been a Mikel Arteta out fan since he even came in the first place, and also since he came to when we lost 3-0 to Aston Villa at the time. And for me, like I've said this time again, this manager is, yes, he's done very well at the moment. We're in a top 4 race. We're in March. We haven't kicked a ball in March yet, and we are about to on Sunday against Watford. And for me, yes, we are in a top 4 race in March. No one expected that, right? And there's 2 months into the season finishes. But this manager is not good enough, in my opinion. This manager ain't good enough. And what
you've got him you've got him until summertime anyway.
No, he'll be here for another 3 years. He'll be
here. If you get 4th place, I mean, Man United can help you out here.
Even if we don't get top 4, this manager will still be here. This Wash manager will still be here for another 3 years. He will. And all the Arteta lovers, right, who people who love Mikel Arteta will actually feel like he's actually a good manager. He's not a good manager. The guy is out of his depth. The guy should not be at the football club. And how the board are trusting this manager feel like if we get Champions League football, everybody's going to be so excited, right? Yeah, it'd be great to be back into the Champions League again. It'd be great. But I won't get too excited about it because I want to be in there and win the Champions League. I don't want to get there and get knocked out by Bayern Munich in the knockout stage. And what's the point being in the Champions League where you're actually going to get knocked out by a Bayern Munich or a Real Madrid or a PSG?
Luca, my first question to you.
Yeah.
Okay. If you were in the press conference today, what's your first question to Mikel Arteta?
Sack him in the morning. No, I'm joking. Question, right? For me, is talk about the game. Talk about, do you think we'll get top 4?
Hold on. If you had one question.
One question.
One question and one question only. And someone just goes, you're right. You can ask him anything you want. And this is your one question.
When you're getting sacked in the morning. Question. For me, the question would have to be is what are you expecting from this football club? And for me, if I was in charge, I'd say to him, mate, what I want to expect from this football club is that I want to see change, right? You do not send these players out like Saliba on loan. You do not get rid of Guendouzi. What I just heard the other day, I heard the news yesterday or the day before that Guendouzi was selling for £8 million. But I'll get onto that in just a second and talk about that.
Yeah.
I'd ask questions like that, and I'll ask questions. Right? Are you gonna pre-contract some players in the summer? I'm not going to say the names, but what I will say is I'll just say, are you going to start pre-contracting these players? Because I see other clubs have pre-contracted players in the past. But getting on to the Guendouzi situation, £8 million. £8 million. When people got to remember, right? When we first signed him, PSG were looking for £60 million for Guendouzi. People have got to remember. Go back and look at that. It was a rumor. We don't know if it was definitely true, but PSG apparently were reporting €60 million for Matteo Guendouzi. The guy is doing well for Marseille. The guy gets into the French team. Doesn't actually start for the French team, but he gets into the national team now because Didier Deschamps knows Guendouzi is good enough to come off the bench. So for me, Guendouzi, yes, I've not been his biggest fan, but he's better than Granit Xhaka. He's better than Lucas Torreira, who's still out on loan from Arsenal. And for me, I'd take Guendouzi back right now. If I was Arsenal Football Club, if you could actually bring a loan player back from right now, who's still a current Arsenal player, and bring him back to the end of the season, if you were actually allowed to do that, I'd bring Guendouzi back right now and take Granit Xhaka out of the team.
Yeah, but he's not gone. He's gone.
Oh, he's gone officially then. He's actually gone officially then. What, we actually terminated his
contract?
We sold him for £8 million, didn't we? £8 million.
He hit the target, and that's it. He's gone. £8 million.
For me, that's another manager. This comes down to the manager. Yet again, Mikel Arteta.
No, I don't think it. I don't think it comes. Like what we were saying earlier on. Me and Jez. Jez has been here for a while now. And big up, Jez. But it's not about the manager. It's about the fucking idiots behind him. Because these fucking dickheads that are behind him are the fucking idiots that signed the contract to say, yeah, okay, if Guendouzi hits, we'll just say 50 appearances for Marseille, he gets to go to you for 8 million. Why is the person who signed that fucking contract still at this club? Because Guendouzi will be an international for France.
Yeah.
He's already breaking into the squad. He's already there or thereabouts, breaking into the first team. We sold him for 8 million. Now, they can clip all this shit all they want or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, this young fella, let's say if he's an average player, he'll still go to other clubs for probably 10, 15, 20 million. At least. And I'm saying at least. If he fucking kicks it off, he's going for fucking 70, 50 fucking odd million.
He would.
And we sold him for 8 million.
Another club will come in, and you're absolutely right, Delboy. Another club will look into him, right, and be like, you know what? He'll continue doing very well where he is at Marseille, right? And someone like PSG, right, even if they're not guaranteeing first team football, right, he will be a very good player in the future, right? Yes, he's got a bit of an attitude problem and he will have to deal with it. But for me, this guy's going to be worth about 50, 60, 70 million euros. And we're going to go back and look at that on his career and feel like, why did we not get that sort of money? He came to Arsenal. He was Unai Emery signing. Emery looked into him. The scouter at Arsenal, I can't remember who the scouter was who actually got the scouter for Guendouzi. I think it was Sven Mintat. I'm not 100% sure. But they'll go and look at that thinking, right, you know what? Why did we not get 50, 60, 70 million? And this is the problem. And we don't do well. And this is another thing with Arsenal Football Club. We don't do well by selling players for bigger money. You look at Liverpool, they sold Dominic Solanke for 20 million. If Dominic Solanke was at Arsenal Football Club, we'd probably only sell him for about 5 million. And this is the problem.
Lucas, sorry, mate. So, like, this is the whole fucking thing, like, that I'm talking about. It's not like everyone's on Arteta out. Oh, he's fucking shit. It's not just Arteta out. It's the fucking dickheads that are behind them.
Even
But they're not
Ryan,
the fucking dickhead.
Ryan
It's the
Arsenal
fucking
podcast
knobheads. Hold on.
as well.
So hold on. Luca, there's people there saying, right, oh, give Arteta a 3-year contract for 8.3 million. Give it to him. Is Arteta going to turn around in the morning and just go, no, don't give that to me. Oh, please don't give that to me. He's fucking saying, fucking right I am. Do you know what I mean? There's fucking knobheads behind him. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, and them same fucking knobheads are the fucking dickheads who fucking told Guendouzi, yeah, after 50 games with Marseille, you get to go to them for 8 million. And he is going to be, I'd say at least, okay, the least, he'll be 10 million. So we're after losing out on 2 million. But to me, €2 million is a lot of money. That's to me personally. I don't know about anyone else. But it's Arsenal doing shit business as fucking usual.
Jez. Cheers, by the way. I never got to cheers you.
Cheers.
Jez.
The same glasses.
Yeah, but mine's stronger. And sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I was just saying goodnight to the boys, and they completely covered me in silly string. Sorry.
Was Arteta in the Real Muddy? Because he could be putting silly strains. But anyway, Jez.
My problem is that you guys have an issue with Arteta, and with me, he's like every mafia box in my books. So.
Jesus Christ. Well, that's a big statement to say. Can you elaborate on it?
Yeah, well, that's all he should be, is just in my mafia books.
Yeah, but would you take him as Man United manager in the morning?
Never. And I think that's clear as day. He would never make a manager in the Premier League for anybody else other than, I guess, under the 20th spot. No?
He's back. What's the fucking story? What's going on?
Yeah, sorry.
How was your nap?
Talking about Champions League. Good luck with Arsenal getting in the Champions League. Hear me?
Do you know what? Maybe I should leave you.
Sorry, what was that?
No.
I don't think we'll get top four, and I've said this time again, and I'll say it again. The reason why I don't think we'll get top four,
yeah.
The reason why, look, I'd love to be optimistic and say, you know what, let's get fourth spot, yeah, right, third loser, yeah, fourth spot, yeah,
absolutely.
But what I will say is, the reason why I don't think we'll get top four, I think Man United will get it, because no, honestly, I'm coming from an Arsenal fan, right? I think Manchester United will get top four.
I think when we get Jamie.
Because
we could talk about the top four, right? Yeah. We could talk about the top four every day up until the end of the Premier League. But I definitely think we could do that. But I think the top four will end up just like it has done previously, and I think just the same as the bottom division has. It will all happen on the points at the end of the last match of the game. But the best part for me, it won't be like we were winning the league and then Man City.
Ryan, I can understand. Yes, I have watched Man United recently. Yes, they have been poor, but people have got to remember, right, that we've got winning hands, and we don't do well against the big teams. Like, we still got to play Chelsea away. Yeah, we did get something out of there. They're not that.
Have you not seen the last big teams that Man United have to play? We have to play a lot.
Yeah, but we could still.
But we're even losing against the little teams. Come on.
But you know,
I feel like Man United gave it away with that bloody 0-0.
How much people might think I'm a bit deluded in the chat, but I think United can actually get something at Man City.
Well, thank you for being such a Man United supporter, Luca, and I appreciate it.
No, honestly, I'm saying it as an Arsenal fan, and I think United can get a point against Man City.
You drink?
Do I what?
You drink?
Yes, I do. I had a few tonight, yeah.
I'd fucking say so. Jesus Christ. Because I'll tell you one thing now. Man City are fucking slapping United. And
Right,
that's no...
Well,
I don't understand why I'm underneath Luca, because Luca lives above me. You live in Bedford, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Luca's having a bit of a flirt here with Vicky, I think.
No,
Yeah.
no. I only flirt with one person,
And that's Delboy.
and it's Varane.
Who?
Right.
It's a Varane.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I know. I know. I keep
Good luck there. Good luck.
King Tony says Arteta never gave Guendouzi a chance after he said the staff against Brighton, when he should provide himself, proved and good man managed coaching, by the way. Stop from saying those things. What do you think about that?
Is that a question to me?
Anyone who wants to answer it. That's what
I didn't even listen to it. I was too busy staring at
I
it.
said. Arteta never gave Guendouzi a chance after he said stuff against Brighton, where he should be proving himself a good manager and coaching the right way.
I said this earlier, mate. Luke, I said this earlier. This is all day typical Arteta. You know, can't manage a young player because he doesn't have the ability. Whereas opposed, he should have taken the kid aside and said to him, "Right, let's have a chat over a coffee, over a beer, whatever it fucking takes. It doesn't matter."
But
So
wait,
you
so
can't-
Jez, I don't know about Arsenal.
Huh?
I don't know about Arsenal. Who is his coach? Who's his waffle in his ear?
I've no idea. But Arteta's the manager. Arteta calls the shots, so he should take the guy aside and say, "You can't act like this." And you know, I'm gonna
No, but we have like Darren Ferguson. We have people that discuss him, like an assistant manager. Who is Arsenal's assistant manager? I have no fucking idea. I've had too much to drink, but I have no idea.
Well, if you can't manage a player,
you can't do it alone.
Right, okay, I'll put this to you, Vicky. I'll put this to you. You've got kids, yeah?
AirPod out.
Yeah?
I know, I'm a big girl. I have 3 kids, yeah. Go on.
Right, you got kids.
Yeah.
Right. If you have a problem with one of your kids, what do?
Depends which one.
You sit them down and you fucking talk to them, don't you?
Yeah, I
sit
try.
down and talk to them and say, "Don't act like that."
Down it, Del Boy.
You know, I've done it with my kids. Yeah, I've had to sit them down and like debate the fact and say, "You fucking don't act like that." Yeah. Now, Arteta doesn't have that ability to attack.
Nor did Ali Gunnar Solskjaer, just so you know.
If you're a manager of a football club, or if you're a wife or a husband or a mother or a father, you have to be able to talk to people. It's something you grow up with. And if Arteta can't fucking manage his players, then he's an absolute see you next Tuesday, because that is what he should be doing.
See, I'm a couple leader, and I'm a special needs coordinator. So I work with children with special needs.
So you have to interact with various different people. Right. So you have learned man management skills.
Yeah.
Right. That's my bloody point. Is the fact all of your scouts, girl guides, whatever, they're all different characters.
They are.
Right. No, it's no different to running a bloody football team. Yeah. So
well, all I can say
let's be fucking right. I could be talking to Del, centre forward. I could be talking to you, left back. I talk to Luca, goalkeeper. I could be talking to Chick, midfielder. Right? Now I could say to Del, who's a bit of a hard nut, fucking hell, Del, man, you were shit today. Proper shit. You need to man up, mate, and sort your life out. Now, I can't say that to you, because you might be a little bit of a snowflake, Vicky. You might be a little bit of a, oh, well, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't feel well today. So I've got a man to manage that. I've got to say, all right, yeah, you didn't have a great game today, but work on this, think about that, think about this, think about that. I could say to Luca, right fucking nutcase. Yeah? You know, he's a bit of a fucking Vieira character. Kick you up the arse. And I'll say, right, mate, come on, for fuck's sake. You know, get your game in order. Yeah? You're a nightmare today. You nearly got sent off. Yeah, you give away a yellow card. You never got a second. And I come over to Chick. I say, mate, you were fucking awesome today in goal. Absolutely fucking awesome. But your distribution was shit. But I like your attitude. You were there. You played for the team. You gave one for the team. That's fucking football, for fuck's sake. I can't take all these snowflakes. Dear God.
Well, that's your problem. That is your problem. That is the whole Arsenal, Tottenham, and Man United problem. Can't deal with snowflakes anymore. But you know what? I'm gonna have to call it a night in a minute.
It's been a long day.
I've never taken snowflakes. Man United have never taken snowflakes.
But we are now. But we are now. That's the whole thing. That's it.
Oh no.
I agree with you there.
Who's watching something on TV? I want to know what they're watching.
Look, I'm going to thank everyone for coming on tonight, and thank everyone for in the chat and everything like that. Like, it was really good. Love the debate, everything like that. Like, you know, there's a lot of interaction on the comments and stuff like that, and I really do appreciate that everyone that has, like, you know, even come onto the channel and stuff like that. I'm only doing this for the crack, and I'm only, like, you know, having a laugh. I'm honoured to have the likes of Jez, Vicky, Cheeky, Luca, Darren, Gracie, you know, and everyone else that has been on. Like, you know, it's just an honour. Like, I'm only doing this for the fucking crack. That's all I'm doing. I'm not doing it for anything else. And you're fucking mad tuning into me. Oh, they keep look along the screen, yeah. Look along there, yeah. Just fucking like, subscribe. If you don't want to, don't fucking bother. It doesn't bleed and bother me, and I'll tell you that now, it really doesn't, because I'm not trying to gain traction and fucking subscribers. I don't give a bollocks about that. So look, Jez, I want to hit you up first, mate. Thanks a million for coming on. You're after lasting 4 hours and 28 minutes. Big up to you, man. Thanks a million for coming on, and I really, really, really do appreciate you even acknowledging me as an Arsenal fan, because
thank you for letting me know knowledge about Arsenal.
Yeah, like, you know, to me, it's about football knowledge, and it's about, like, you know, knowing stuff, and, you know, Jez knows a lot of stuff, and Vicky, it was great having you on tonight. And I just want to like hit on everyone here tonight. So, Jez, can I just have a sort of final word on your sort of your stuff going on, and any Instagram or whatever you want to, like, you know, big up yourself.
Yeah, I'm on Instagram. It's collins.jez, and I just talk basic crap about Arsenal. So, you know, if you want to come and jump in there, have a chat, then I follow Del, follow Luca. Are you on Insta, Vicky?
I am on Instagram.
I'll try and find you. Or give me your link. Give me your link.
Yeah, we can sort that out behind it in the green room if you want, like, you know what I mean? If you don't want to, like, you know, personal stuff as well, like, you know, that's no problem at all. And Luke, I'll go to you next, mate.
What's the story?
Yeah, subscribe to my YouTube channel. This League is live. We are 8 subscribers away from 1,500. So we are.
Well, here, look.
Anyone wants
Here,
to get.
I'm just looking here above me head here, making me look like fucking I'm bald. But there's 15 there. Surely there's fucking 8 that can bleed and hit them up.
8 subscribers away. I've just checked my YouTube studio. We're 8 subscribers away. So if any of you 8 people want to go and subscribe to me, that will mean the world. It's entirely up to you. It's your choice. And go and subscribe to my YouTube channel. This is Lucas Live. And go back and watch my Watford preview I made yesterday. And then follow me on Twitter, Martinelli AFC. And thanks for having me on, man.
I'll jump on with you next week, man.
Yeah, come on the channel, man. Anyone's more welcome to come on the channel, man.
Can I
the other day, but
contact me on Instagram, man.
Yeah, no worries, man. That'd be good.
Can I just say to them, fucking don't mind subscribing to me, subscribe to Lucas. Seriously, I couldn't give a bollock. Like seriously, I really couldn't give a bollock. So
he has a lot of online content that's actually worth watching.
Yeah, no, seriously, I watched Luke. I watched your thing against Wolves, the fucking vlog or whatever they call it. I don't know. I'm not disrespecting it, but the whole vlog thing, it's actually brilliant, and it was really interesting. Like
700 views, mate. The vlog was brilliant, man, and there's going to be more vlogs coming out of that for the rest of the season. Some point, I got 700 views, man, and I'm proud of that. You know what I mean? For a small channel like me, so
I'd be nuts.
I want to, like, let's say, sorry, Vicky, I'll actually go to you first. I'll go to you before I sort of end up shit or whatever. Vicky, where can people find you?
No, it's okay. No one needs to acknowledge me. It's fine.
I'm sure they want to acknowledge you. So will you fucking let them know where you're going?
No, it's okay.
Follow Winterbird84 on Twitter and follow Winterbird84.
Well, I'm mute.
Fine without.
It can be done.
Look, I suppose since I was the host or whatever you want to fucking call me.
And you're amazing.
No, look, I'm talk shite. I'm in a bar in Dublin that I built. I couldn't give a bollocks if you fucking want to subscribe or whatever. If you do, you do. If you don't, I don't give a bollocks. But anyway, it's just about like getting content out there and having people talk to each other. That's the main thing of my channel. It's just to talk to each other. I love hearing Jez's point of view. I love hearing Lucas' point of view, and I love hearing Vicky's point of view. Darren and everyone else in the chat. Arteta in, Arteta out, whatever you want to, whatever anyone wants to say. Because
I'm Arteta in.
Sorry?
I'm Arteta in.
Well, there you go. We like to listen to your point of view. But
United, just stay Arteta in.
My up and coming things, and I'm sure Jez will be pretty interested to see what I'm gonna do. Like for the Watford game, I'm going to do probably a live stream tomorrow about midday. That's what I usually do. I'll do that. And then for the game on Sunday, I'll be probably on Northside's channel and I'll do a watch along with him. And then after the channel, I'm doing a call-in. So if you're interested in calling in to my channel and fucking...
Who's coming in the calling? Can anyone come on or...?
Anyone can come on. I'll drop a link into the chat. Anyone can come on, and it's like, you know, I'll just keep people coming in and out. And what I want to do is I want to keep it like, let's say myself and someone else, so they're 100%.
I'll jump in with you, mate, after the Watford game. I've got to do fan cam and player ratings with Lee and Kenny.
Yeah.
But I'll jump in, man. I'll jump in.
Yeah. And like what I want to do is, rather than let's say 2-3 people in at once, I just want to have one person in. I'll give them about 5-10 minutes, and then I'll go to the next person. Like, you know, so give everyone a chance, because it's not just about. No, not yet. No. It's not just about, let's say, Arsenal fans who are Arteta in or Arteta out. It's just about, like, you know, the game in general. So, look, that's the way we're going to go, and we'll see how it works.
All the talk says, can I come on Del Boy's channel?
No problem at all. I'll send you the link, and whoever wants the link or whatever, please DM me. I'm on Instagram and I'm on Twitter and stuff like that. Del Boy Gunner TV. Just hook me up there. Thanks a million for everyone tuning in. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.